I never deny. Yeah, I told you I would never fold, even in the cold. I never lose my hope, back against the ropes. The sun's flower from the concrete is where I rose. It's just perspective, ain't no location for highs and lows. I can't believe the lie no more, the truth is in my soul. Holy Spirit, hold my pen, I'm writing with a ghost. The war's on, my hands are up, I'm fighting on 10 toes. I ain't come this far, fight this hard to make myself known. And I can't switch sides no more, the fork is in the road, yeah. And I'm trying to eat, yeah. My plate garnished with goals. I keep my faith to Yahweh, keep subscribing to.
Evening. Let's see. Get a couple people in here. View on YouTube. Continue on YouTube. All right, 3 people. 3 people out there. How's it going? Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about Campbell Update Live. Thanks for notifying me. Why am I getting notified on my own channel? I don't know. Anyway, interesting things, a little bit more. I wanted to just bring you up to speed on a few things. I realize it's a bit late. I'm going to try and do the streams a bit earlier because people are back to work now with this COVID. They're back to work. Smoke weed. How's it going, sir? And Nova Scotia citizen. Mike Wright in the house. All right, we got some people coming in. I just wanted to bring you up to speed on a few things. So apparently the interview still sitting in the cutting room. Maybe tomorrow. Fingers crossed, we'll get something which is highly redacted and RCMP special. Anyone going to Ottawa for Canada Day? You're on the way down, are you? So good luck with that. Drive safe, of course. I don't want any more nonsense in this world. I wanted to let you know about that. It should be out tomorrow. Again, this is what they tell families. Of course, nothing. This is what they're into, which is sick and disgusting. Lynn sent me a message. Little Miss So, what's the scoop? Sound like ice cream. Ice cream. Anybody ice cream? I bought a bunch of ice cream today. I was in the mood. They don't have any more of the flavor I like, though. They got rid of it. Haagen-Dazs. Damn you, Haagen-Dazs, you dammies. Yes, good day. Good evening, Lynn. So we got that. The interview, still CBC sitting on it for days. You have to wonder, they're part of the same government affiliated tyranny that we have here, run from outside of our country, and the RCMP are just sitting around probably with their lawyers and their PR and the CBC. Oh, can we run this? Can we do this? I don't know. And families still sit in the dark. Now, let's see some other things that have happened today. Wade the scrapper. He loves everybody, but he's a scrapper. I like that. I know a few people like that. You can be a lover and a fighter. It does exist. The Shub turnoff, very interesting. Shub turnoff, the Shub area. I'm going to just use it. The Shub was blocked off today. One has to wonder. You're going back, what are we at now? 9 weeks later to go and investigate the accident. I was just talking with Steve. Everybody remember that this is all a group effort. It's not just me. It's obviously you guys and Adrian. Adrian's kind of in the background. He's still very much here, as is Kage and Steve. So down below is all of their links. Gary, what's going on, brother? I like that. I like that term, you know, brothers and sisters. We're in arms together here. Hopefully. Anyway, I scrap for everyone's rights, even though almost everyone does not care about their rights. Well, that's true. We've given them away. And this is where we are where we are. Roan in the house. Sup? Panda. Is that a panda? What is a panda? I don't understand panda. Maybe this comment applies to me. Maybe Dumb and Dumber. I don't know. I don't know what a panda is. Okay. So yes, the shoe turnoff getting investigated again today. So they had it all shut down. Mr. Moneypenny, of course, fresh on the ball always. And we had so they were measuring and they were doing all kinds of things. Steve raised an interesting position that gee, what's up, man? Steve raised an interesting point that possibly it's CERT investigating that now. But I mean, this is 9 weeks later. Why are you going back? Could it be that maybe some of the points we've raised over here or other people have raised don't add up with the shube? So anybody, please, I implore you, this is absolutely vital. If you do not want this system to continue the way that it is, because it will only get worse, and I can assure you of that. I know that all too well. It will get much worse. If you give these people an inch, they will take 10 miles from you. And they are. You know, that's why they return cars with bodies in them and don't tell families anything. It will only get worse. And the obviously the Project Wide Awake, which I've spoken about, is unbelievably wretched. The next level, Project Wide Awake 2.0, they don't even have a name for it, I don't think. So yeah, Moneypenny, very good. I'm gonna have to have a chat with Moneypenny one of these days. Hopefully we can get him on. Did I leave my cigarettes? Honestly. Really? You know me, I need my cigarettes. One moment, please. I'm prepared, Seamus. Bring a few packs. There we go. Now we're good. Okay. Get my coffee. I've got my coffee. Vietnam, man. I lived in Vietnam so too long, so I know iced coffee is great. I just drink coffee. Ice, yum. Ice, baby. Let's see. What are some interesting stuff here? Because there is a bunch. I left 2 video stuff in down below also. I wish I'd come across Oh Dear's channel long ago, because Oh Dear, not sure who they are. They're they're like a Moneypenny, bit of a mystery, but they have some great stuff and make some really super points. So I thought maybe what we might do is go through their video. I also left a link for the new entire route. I like this. Here we go. You're going to see YouTube in action here. I get informed of this right away, which is kind of interesting. But Indo Blue 82. Don't know if you guys are aware of who this person is. I don't know who they are. They do these videos of Nova Scotia stuff, and you never hear them. They never say anything. He drives around. I haven't watched the entire thing. This is 2 hours and 40 minutes, this one. Excuse me. But they're running around driving the entire route like Moneypenny. Lots of people have, right? You know, gone around, done different stuff. But it really gives me a good perspective, not being there on the ground, But I did have a few questions as to some of the stuff that was being filmed, so we could discuss that. And also we'll, right, like I said, we'll get into Oh Dear and their channel. They're over, I believe, in the Discord. Hopefully people aren't bombing each other all the time on stuff. But this person's channel was, I didn't discover it until probably, I don't know when. Maybe about, it'll be within the last 2 weeks, I think, maybe even less than that. And so they put together some great stuff. You know, I haven't gotten around to doing the video stuff like I used to do, but they do some interesting work over there and bring up a lot of valid points, and they're pretty quick and succinct. Computerized voice. Who is that person? I just don't know. They want a population world 500 million max. Yeah, Georgia Guidestone stuff. Okay. We're down at there. I don't see them. Sorry. I'm also trying to keep track of these comments and things. Because you are my peeps. Is that a word? I don't know. Peeps? People? My brothers and my sisters. And I gotta make sure I try and read your stuff. So we're down there. I don't see them. I'm not sure what that's referring to. We are not facing a race war. It is massive class war, upper class, all races, lower class wants to destroy each other. Yeah, some people involved in this scenario. Well, there's my dog in the background. He's actually over at my home. Critter in the room. He's a weasel with ears. He almost was choking on a sandwich today because I gave him a bit too much. And it was, yeah, but it was funny to watch him. He was like trying to get it out of the roof of his mouth, but whenever I would go near him, he would get very angry. He's very possessive of his food. So just leave him be. He will make it through. God will provide. Anyway, now, Mark, what's going on there? What's going on there? Lori Kage caught Wortman up. They cut a deal. I don't know this person. Maybe you can bring us up to speed? Nova Scotia citizen? Nova Scotia. The surveilled are being surveilled, are they? We're surveilling the surveilling going on by them. They don't like that, maybe? I don't know. So when I was going through the video, when I was going through the 40, yes, this person also has, I haven't been over there for a while. Again, I can't look at everything and stuff like that. So if anybody has points, of course, please bring them up. We can get into some of those also. Now, but I did want to talk about the entire route video. Oops. Oh dear, please go subscribe. I think we will watch this latest video because I have not watched it. And you can see here on, I mentioned this earlier about YouTube's nonsense. This is left open from this morning, but no views, and yet it has 2 thumbs up. I'm like, okay. YouTube just full of lies, nothing but lies. They try and pipe us full of garbage. But I'm very appreciative for this person doing this work because I can't be there to go and actually look at it for myself. But also, funny thing is, you can't either as well. As Mr. Moneypenny long ago got a picture of the Orchard Beach. Oh, let's see here. Something like this. Something like that. There we go. Orchard Beach Drive. You can see, actually, this is the new and updated. How interesting that Google would update their satellite map just after this happened. Down in the Portapique area. And, of course, there's no Street View. No Street View data available here. Isn't that interesting? Oh, I got to do that. Don't I? Like this. Here we go. No Street View available. You can never go and have a look on Portapique Beach Drive. It's interesting. But they did update the map. So we got it for just some time back. I think this was 3 or 4 weeks ago they updated it. Could be nothing, could be something. But as you can see here, even in the satellite image, the new and improved satellite image, you see these things here? You see these things here? These are the vehicles that are blocking the road. You cannot go down there. There's a nice big sign. Let's see if we can find, I don't know. I should download that sign. Here we go. Money Penny. Went and got a photo sometime back, apparently. And this is the sign. And it reads, the residents of this private subdivision have asked for their privacy at this time. If you have not been invited, you will not be permitted to enter at this time. Please respect their wishes. Owners of the Orchard Beach Road and properties, private property under surveillance, no access without written permission, trespassers will be prosecuted. Very interesting. We had a flood back here in Calgary in 2013, and my family had a house on the river, and everybody lost their house on that road. And just because there were some people that had, I guess, some money in that neighborhood, they totally battened down the hatches. So we had private security we hired with dogs, and people were hiding in trees. It was a bit crazy. But this one is a bit interesting. Nobody's allowed to go down there, and nobody has photos of anything down there. I have a little bit of video that Tara went and took for us when she went down there. Sadly, it does not show very much, but interesting. Here, like that. This video does happen to go down Orchard Beach Drive. Let's see if we can go back. I've been watching it just at the beginning here because I'm trying to see. I think I'm going to shoot this theory by you. I'll preface it with that. I think maybe it may have something to do with, because Portapique Beach Road, you can go down. Anybody can go down there. Orchard Beach Drive, no. However, they're kind of one and the same, right? If we look at the map, they're one and the same. Let's see, where's that map? There we go. Why is this like this? Go away. Like this, okay? They're one and the same. Orchard Beach Drive right here. Oh. Orchard Beach Drive here with all the security sitting at the end of the road. 2 months later, wow, I don't think they're worrying about looters and stuff. That's my personal feeling. And yes, I do totally, 100% agree. You know, people shouldn't be flying around their roads, rubbernecking and things like that. That's just wrong. However, if there was, you know, one or two really good documented stuff by citizens, you wouldn't need that, right? You know, if I was there, I'd definitely be taking some photos of certain things and some video whilst respecting people's privacy. But I think what maybe it might have to do with is down here at the end of the road. And we've discussed this before, right? So this is Cabotwood Court here. And this is where Tara's brother lived. And his family. And down here at the end of the road is, I believe, where the RCMP say that Mr. Wortman got out. That he drove down here and then went up this, what appears to be a road. Yeah, it looks kind of roadish, eh? Well, but is it? Is it really road? Do you think it's really road? Permanent sign, yeah, it does seem very permanent. Is it really a road or is it digitally superimposed? Yeah, it's digitally superimposed. You can actually see a couple of points where it's not quite. There we go. Look at that. You see the pixelating here? The road just doesn't suddenly have this big turnout here. And there's the actual road. You can see this thin line, which is kind of a country dirt road, which connects to the Brown Loop eventually. But this is not a very, very passable road. Equally, you can see here, my point, you can see the digital superimposing that they do. Do you see this? This big, thick line here where the actual road is just this. I'm going to get one of these, change my mouse settings so I can have like the mouse so that you can see it. But right underneath it, you can see the road, right? And you can see how that works. It's just superimposed over top because there isn't really a road. It doesn't run straight through, right? So the only way that we talked about this a long time ago, the only way that you can get out, in my opinion, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I really do hope that people are going to start to come forward more. We need it. We absolutely need it. I know people are worried or people are shy or they have their issues. They're afraid. If you don't speak out, it will only get worse, and they will get away with essentially a very serious crime, in my opinion. And they will have that in their head, right? And they do. They have this from the past with other stuff. Listen, if citizens don't speak up, they don't do anything, it's okay. We can get away with this kind of stuff. But these roads aren't here. So how does he escape? We talked about this right at the beginning. And even, let's see if I can find that clip for you guys. Even Mr. Campbell said, he told us right at the beginning. Where is that? That would be in the clips. Okay, here we go.
There was one way.
Okay, so you got to put it up for you guys to see.
There was one way in and out of the community. It's important to note that.
Oh, I think it's very important to know that. Very, very important to know that. One way in, and one way out. And who's sitting at the end of that one way, do you think? Who's there? Hey, Loretta, how's it going? After Lori, sorry, I'm going to go back to your stuff here because I am curious about that. Todd in the house. Is he gonna troll? Are you gonna troll Todd? My friend's account. He got his next Twitter banned. I think he's up to 20 some now. Guy is just absurd. But he had it coming for a while, so on this one, I'm surprised he even lasted that long. But there is only one way in and one way out. Who do you think's sitting at the end of this road? Right here. Right here. I think we even have some pictures of that, right? The next day. Because that's the only... Brenwick, 2010. Welcome, sir, ma'am. Thank you for joining, brother, sister. Appreciate that. They can block off the end of this road for 2 months. They don't want anybody going down here. So nobody has any photos of the warehouse down here. Hopefully I'm not making people sick. Nobody has any photos. I have a little bit of video of some stuff down there, but I have no idea how many cars were down there. Hey, Kathy, what's going on? Got a good little family over here. Greetings, Brenwick. Please feel free to join us over on the Discord. Anybody who is interested, we're working away. There are, all kinds of different things going on over there, and just sharing our brains. This is important because our brains are better than their brains. Keep them on the run. So he can't get out, right? Except for this really terrible possible dirt road over here. Terrible possible dirt road. Sister C, and Amy. So the RCMP, these are the facts that they want you to believe. That he committed 13 murders. Some of these people he was subduing. I'm reviewing facts, but, they're important ones to review, and especially for people who haven't been watching this time. 13 people, some of these people he's subduing and burning alive. So you have to think in your mind, if you were to go, especially as a guy, you're going to understand that, right? You're going to have to go and if you're in a fight or whatever, that takes time. It's not always the easiest thing to subdue somebody. You have to chase them around or whatever. Not saying that I've ever done that, but anyway. And then tie them up. They're not going to be exactly the most willing people. And then set their homes ablaze. Killing 13 people. And we've got, I don't even know exactly how many. I think it's 4 properties were destroyed down here. So he's setting 3 or 4 homes on fire. So, you have to think like he's, burning up his home. Now, even if he has the phosphorus grenades or the fuel or whatever, this is going to take some time because these homes are literally leveled. And yet the RCMP say to you, you know what? All of it happened. All of it. And on top of it, he drives way down. So he's driving all these roads, right? Up and down, and he's going into different people's homes, and he's subduing them, and then murdering them, and then burning them alive, and burning their homes up. And then he drives down here to the end of the road and drives all the way back up this cut line type thing here. I don't know exactly what that is. It's rather an odd shape, but on these digitally superimposed roads connecting to Brown Loop over here. Now, the quality of this road, you have to think, my goodness, he's taking a cruiser, these 4x4 cruisers that they have, you might as well take them up one of those 4x4 routes because they're so awesome that they just go through fields, no problem. Fields in spring, no less. I know at my ranch, whenever I want to do anything out with the cows, I take a cruiser because that's not going to get stuck at all. And I'm going to do, if I was Wortman, I was going to do this all in 34 minutes. Are you out of your mind? No, he can't do it. 34 minutes in 38 minutes. Okay. No, I think it's 34 because they say 10:01, first phone call, 10:35, he escapes through the field. In retrospect, talking to a witness who maybe saw a, quote, vehicle. This is very important. The language that they use. Do you see equally what did they say about Wortman not being an agent? We have not uncovered anything to see that there is a relationship. Well, if he had a prior existing relationship, like seriously, derp, you didn't uncover anything because you knew about it prior, right? You didn't uncover it. But it's the language that they use that is kind of airy-fairy, not just kind of, it's very vague and ambiguous. And this is what they then can get away with, kind of this lying, even though they are allowed to lie to you, to me, to the public, to the families, to everybody involved, possibly save a court case. And the court case I was reviewing last night about the warrants, oh my goodness, they're saying it has nothing to do with confidential informants. They weren't based on getting the information from confidential informants, but we need to redact the information to protect confidential informants. That's a real head scratcher. You don't have any confidential informants, but then you're arguing, well, listen, we can't tell you anything because of the confidential informants. And honestly, this is like not rocket science we're talking about. And I can't believe that people are in the courtroom and entertaining this. This is beyond sad. If this is the mental state that people are at, that they can't see the rigmarole that's going on, lawyers specifically, problem. And I think he did address that, actually, the lawyer. So good news. You drove your Ford Pinto to the Antarctic. There you go. Yeah. Don't you know? Aaron had a Ford Pinto. Isn't that funny? Interesting that you say that. So they do not use random words. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you're sitting at home and you're kind of just, I don't know, just going about your regular life, right? You presume your police force is what? A national police force. It's taking care of speeders and you know, it's kind of just things in the community with these contracts that they sign, like with Colchester or whatever. Hopefully all of these counties across the country, West Van, North Van, Burnaby, Surrey, just say to hell with you. You know, we don't want you anymore, because then that really kind of hits their bottom line a little bit in terms of their funding. Just saying. But it doesn't matter, because they are a national thug force, which is very, very much integrated into intelligence. CSIS and the RCMP are very closely tied. In fact, they work together quite closely. So the Project Wide Awake stuff that I've talked about, anybody who's not familiar with Project Wide Awake, please go appraise yourself of it. Let's just have a quick look at that. They have all these projects. Do you see? They can't even sit at an end of a road and subdue one man. But they have projects out the ass, and they have ERTs and CYZs and SBs and you know, all kinds of different stuff. I think it's probably maybe because they can't spell, maybe because they can't speak English. I don't know, but you know, using the small little words is very easy for them, and it sounds like they're very important. Self-importance is very good to put across. Look, we have all these things, telecommunication experts. No, that's a 911 operator. That's a 911 operator. Call it what it is. But they, as Wade quite aptly points out here, this is not random words that they're using. They're very carefully structured so that, and they have the scripts every time. Nobody does interviews, save possibly this Campbell one. Nobody. Everything is in written statements, including Mr. Morrison's statement on Facebook, right? He makes his statement on Facebook the next day when he's not in the hospital from a gunshot wound. Which you can't see on the warrant how many times he's shot, because that's protecting something. Let's see if we can see that. I've got all my papers everywhere. Where are we at here? 17:2:1. Here we go. Sadly, it's on 2 pages. So we got the bottom portion here, right? Morrison was shot. There we go. Focus. Thank you. And all my papers went on the floor. Maybe I need an ERTZZ something, like the secretary. Because then I can organize my stuff. But, right, I'll get there someday. Where were we here? Right, okay. So, how many times was he shot? Oh, that's how many times. Blank times. Blank times. It was so serious, though. He was out of the hospital the next day. Must have been very serious. And they had a parade. They had the parade with the professional photographer. Whoa. And you know what? There were lots of family members that didn't even know their family members were dead. They were blowing the fuck out of the phone and saying, could you please tell me, if my son or daughter is dead? I would like to know that. No. We'll get to that. We're investigating it. We're doing something. You know what you're doing? You're doing parades. Let's see. Let's have a look at the parades. It's really actually quite vile when you start to think about it. Vile, as in it does something to your stomach. You want to get sick because, and frankly, if I was on the other side of this, as in this was my employer, I was an RCMP officer, and to have people either terrified, people sick about what I do, I would frankly want to clean that up. And it is an offense under the RCMP Act for them not to, if they know something. And if stuff starts to come out, anything starts to come out, and it will, RCMP are fooling themselves if they think they can bury everything and everybody, because there are tapes out there. There are pictures out there. People do know things. There are lots of eyewitnesses. And you can't terrify everybody. Because some people will see through that. And they know, if I don't stand up for it now, what's it going to be next time? How am I going to stand up next time when it's worse? I won't be able to. So I'm going to have to bite the bullet, take some pain, long-term gain. Let's look at the Morrison stuff. We talked about that a little bit the other night. Really? I mean, seriously? Get real here, people. Look at this. The next day. Here he is with the wife, right? Right? Less than 24 hours, he's out of the hospital. How interesting. Leather, of course, goes over and over that. The parade that they've got going. Oh, Sharon Lee Photography. Professional photographer. Maybe she donated her time. That's not her name, by the way. Why she has the name of a company that isn't her name when she's the sole employee, I don't really know, but maybe it's an investor. It is half of her name. But you have this, right? You have this, or you have this, all kinds of parades going around, and, oh, RCMP, you did such a fantastic job. And there's still, you know what? There's still family members who are waiting to understand whether their loved ones are dead. But they had the time. Oh, they had the time. They had the time to do this photo shoot. And then he does the statement. The statement. On Facebook. Wouldn't you know? Which is now removed, funnily enough. There's no copy of it that I know of. I mean, actually, I haven't searched for the specific copy, but it is seemingly absent, just like the Onslow Brigade, seemingly absent, just totally not there. Parades? Oh yeah, you know, let's see what they did with their own. Do they care about their own? You think? Do they care about other people? The press conferences, honestly, they were saying things like, you know, our loved one, our family member, our this or that, she was a superstar, you know, and I'm not discounting who she is, or you know, death is tragic. But frankly, you're talking about 22 people, right? And maybe you do have, obviously, this working relationship with this person. This person also signed up for that kind of a job. Not saying that that excuses or that they deserve to die, but they understood what they were doing. It's like saying to a soldier saying, "I didn't know I was supposed to you know, go and fight. What are you talking about? Of course you do. You know exactly what you're getting into." So, but they had to have the hero, and then everybody else was just backseat. And that's the way they literally talk. If you listen to the press conferences, it's like, oh, and then all of a sudden, and yeah, we're sorry about those other people too. That's our hearts go out to the family. Pardon? First of all, if we are working in percentages, you have 5%. People have 95% of the deaths. Well, it's not quite that, but it's actually more like 4%. So if we're living in a kind of democracy and thinking in terms of that, 96% of the homicides in that massacre, which you allowed and couldn't deal with, right, were people who were just sleeping, not signed up for a job that they knew that they would take gunfire, potentially. And they get paid. Oh, they get paid. Rewarded very well. And you've got Brian Sauvé, writing these articles. God, the spin they put is just terrible. Somebody put out something by Fred True North. If you listen to True North, honestly, you have to understand some other things, which we will get to, I will get into in the future, about the manipulation that's going on, you know. So it looks like it's something, but it's really not, right? It's trying to pipe you full of ideas. True North is there to, it's part of the problem. It's part of the problem. So they sit there and they, oh, you know, well, it couldn't happen. No! Brian Sauvé's spinning articles. He's the head of the union for the RCMP. Of course he's going to be doing that. Do you think he has a vested interest? Do you think? Sad. It's really sad, really sad. And they expect that you're going to believe it. You're going to believe that cop cars don't get stuck in fields when they get stuck on a lawn. Right? They're going to expect that you're going to believe pants suddenly lose stripes and then gain them, and they're brand new and they're totally clean, and oh, well, he just bought those off of an auction, don't you know? Even though you can't, to the best of my knowledge, and it's in the RCMP Act that you have to turn in your uniform checklist. Even stuff that is worn out, it's not like, oh, you know, I'll just keep that. The stuff is burned out. No, it literally has to be destroyed, turned in and destroyed. But they're gonna not tell family members about things, and then they're gonna have like little parades. Here we go. Here's the little parade. This was that day, right? There we go. Look at this. Can't tell family members for days. Look at that. Working hard for all the families. Do you know I think and obviously I'm not privy to other family members, all of them. But the fastest confirmation I heard of a death was 7 hours thus far. And if anybody wants to, of course, direct message me or contact me by email with any kind of information, photos, videos, pictures, evidence, firsthand knowledge. Not so much about, I'm not really big on the, working theories in general are kind of good, but if it starts to go off into other things that aren't something that can be proven in a court of law, that's not going to aid us, right? And it's out there. They're sowing it. And I know that there are a couple of people in the Discord. So just be word to the wise. But, 7 hours, they can't tell family members. And I heard up to Wednesday. We're remembering this happened on Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday, they were telling family members. Oh, yeah. But you know what? Do you think Heidi Stevenson, they returned bits and pieces of her to her family? Do you think that happened? Look at them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's just take this one truck, right? Let's just take one truck. You know what? I would say that one truck could go and confirm whether somebody was dead instead of driving around for a fucking public show. Unbelievable. And then the Herald, of course, is going to spin it and say, oh, the heroes. Fuck off the heroes, man. 22 people died, murdered, massacred, in their sleep, subdued, burned alive. And who's responsible for that? There is a obviously individual or individuals, but I'm sticking with individual because they want to say individuals and then they don't have to answer anything anymore. This very more wordiness, wordy nonsense, so that then they can say, well, you know what? Now we're investigating everything. So by the way, we can't answer anything. Try that. Can I share a link how Bruce fucked RCMP are and happened in Barhead? I went to school there from grade 3 to 9, looking into it. Absolutely. Here, I'll do this, Wade. If I see any booting or censoring, Wade, I don't take kindly to it. I honestly don't. Whoever gets that does that. I don't care if they want to come and dump on me. That's good. Come and do it. I'm not somebody who likes to back down. But censorship is not one thing I'm into at all. Not saying you're going to do it. Not going to say that you're going to do it. So you can now link that link. I'm just saying to anybody who's moderator. Just general. Everybody I think knows me. I don't appreciate the censorship thing. How's it going? Point fire, brother. What's up? Duck Universe in the house too. Always good. You guys are great people. My brothers and my sisters. And you want answers, and the RCMP can't even tell you anything. Now, there were some other points, and then we'll get into oh dear, and the video. We'll do the video first. I read in the is advertising free prints for the victims. Is that true? I have no idea. I have no idea. And I think the biker thing, it is an interesting aspect, but again, not something that you can take to court. It's going to be very difficult to find evidence of things like that. It's going to be very difficult to find a lot of this evidence. Some journalists will be able to because they have access to certain things. But I think us as public, we don't really have access to things. But what we do have access to is brains, logic, common sense, pictures, videos, articles, firsthand testimony from people, which, God, I just pray every day and night, really, people, please speak up. You don't have the luxury of not speaking up. And that's why we are where we are today, because people have been blindly trusting. This is why the system has taken advantage of everybody. And I'm meaning the system in general, right? The emotional thing, the emotional manipulation of people, and you combine that with the blind trust. Don't worry, we will take care of everything. We will take care of it. We will be here for you with your kids or whatever. You're not going to worry about money ever in your life and this kind of thing. And police are great. And, and we're just like, sure, no problem. Here's the blank check. You just sign your name to it, whatever you want. Send it off to your friends, whatever. No. And I wasn't picking on you. I'm just saying in general. Okay. So I will be interested in seeing that. The Marathon article. Excuse me. And you see, this is it's not just the people. RCMP members suffer. And that entity, that overlord, that disgusting cult thing at the top, whatever it is, like, and I'm just meaning that it's very, you're in kind of thing. It will sacrifice anybody and everything, right? We see it in Nova Scotia. And if you plug through the RCMP stuff, they will absolutely throw their own members under the bus. Darren Campbell's ex-wife, case in point. Let's have a look at Darren Campbell's ex-wife. The one who's doing the speaking. Let's see how the RCMP treated her. Because they take care of their own, like those fucking processions. You think that they do that all the time? Only when it suits them for a public image. Somebody was telling me I have the loudest keyboard around. I need to have it replaced. Like, no, man, I paid a lot of money for it. Oh, what is his ex-wife's name? I did the video about it. GALLIFORD. There we go. Here's an article from the Vancouver Sun. Let's have a look at this. Darren Campbell, right? Oh, yeah, good news. I listen, dude, my opinion on some of that stuff. So we won't, Vancouver Sun. When is this? Oh, 2015. Here's Galliford. Catherine Galliford. Does anybody remember Catherine Galliford? Anybody remember her? As murder victim Nick Hannon. Was remembered at a funeral Langley Friday. More details are emerging about the background of one of his accused killers, Connor Angus Campbell. Oh, excuse me? Is it? Can't be. No! was charged last month with first-degree murder, along with Bradley Michael Flaherty, Keith William Tankard. That's an interesting last name, eh? Tankard. Does he get drunk, do you think? Is the son of former Mountie and current member of the RCMP. His mother, Catherine Galliford, is suing the RCMP, the Federal Attorney General, and the BC Justice Minister, alleging years of sexual harassment and abuse while she was on the force. Galliford, once the RCMP spokeswoman, so you know she's like, what is it, this one? Here we go. Where is she? This one? You know this one? The derp lady? Derp. Derp. Shut down. Shut it down. She shuts it down. She must feel terrible. Just, I don't know. Oh, but you should, because frankly, you know, it brings shame, and shame brings change. For high-profile investigations like the Air India bombing and the Robert Pickton serial murder case, filed her lawsuit in 2012. It is scheduled to go before trial in 2017. The trial of the defendants in the case have denied. Do you think that sounds like the RCMP? Do you think they deny things maybe just a little bit? No. If they answer anything at all, to which I love that quotation from that one staff sergeant. He said, "We don't comment on any kind of investigation ever." I'm like, okay. And that wasn't this one. That was just that was Twitter. I'm big on the Twitter guy. Don Dunphy assassination. RCMP cover-up of the RNC Constable Smythe. More than likely, and again, I'm putting that caveat in there because I don't wish to be liable, more than likely cover-up of Mr. Smythe and the murder of Don Dunphy over a tweet and the planting of evidence. He's getting charged right now with obstruction of justice, so to do with that. So I think probably I'm on fairly safe ground saying that, but you never know. You never know. Galliford spoke publicly about her situation in 2011, prompting hundreds of other women on the force to make their own declarations of sex discrimination and harassment on the job. That's now a proposed class action suit, to which they had two $200 million settlements. $200 million. That is almost $500 million. You don't think you have a problem? Oh, I think you got a big problem. But they just say, what is it? Deny. They deny. And then they do these wonderful things. I'm going to spin off here for a moment because this speaks to something more general. In my personal life, this kind of nonsense has touched me of sexual abuse in the workplace and with somebody that I know. And I was discussing it with my mother, who is a lawyer, retired. And she said, she was kind of going through it, and she doesn't have quite the same gusto, maybe, that I do, and doesn't see the world quite the same way that I do, nor did my grandmother, who was also a lawyer. The law is there to be interpreted by lawyers. So she was saying to this person, well, you know, probably it'll be, of course, this back and forth nonsense, and they're going to offer settlement, and then you just, you know, it's going to be a trial would be very long and drawn out and probably not really worth it. So just take the settlement. And I just lost it. Well, she didn't say just take it. She just said that is going to be your option. The easy road is the settlement, and this one, which is the harder one. But she was kind of speaking about the settlement. And I said to her, I lost it. I literally did. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say? Seriously. You came out of my grandmother? Because she wouldn't put up with that shit. I guarantee you. She would sue the fucking pants off of them, and she'll fight it tooth and nail as far as it'll go to try to change the law. Precedent law, very important. But if you do settlements, there's no admission of guilt, nothing changes, it just gets worse. If you have precedent law, well, now suddenly somebody does something. Because that was all based on sexual harassment, all based on in the workplace, all based on one lady out of the United States who took a case to the Supreme Court against a bank and won because she was getting raped at work. And that's why we have protections in place now somewhat for women in the workplace, men, whomever, right? So anyway, I digress. But the idea of standing up and fighting, I don't know what happened to people that got removed somewhere along the way. I don't know whether it was beaten out of them, massaged out of them, indoctrinated out of them, and I just happened to miss that train, but or the fact that I just grew up with my grandmother and that was never taught to me. You fight for what you believe in, and you never give up, and it doesn't matter if it's a way bigger guy. You're just still going to go in swinging, because that proves a point. Don't mess around with me. Don't mess around with me. All of our great-grandparents would roll over in their graves if they see how weak we have become. Yeah. You know that their society, which was wrecked anyway too, because it's only been sinking, they knew what was going on and they were able to deal with it, and it worked by and large, and it worked a hell of a lot better than it does today. But other people have manipulated you into where you are, where we are, right? They have brainwashed us, conditioned us. Oh, no, don't do, blah, blah, blah. Fuck off, man. Come around. Try it. Try it on my block. Not going to work too well. Not. And many of you, same thing. And when they know that you will hit back, they will be afraid. They're only gambling and winning because of the fear that they have, which is by and large, fake. It is something that is made up in our head because of the constant trauma that our society incurs. Those people, I got a message from somebody today, and I said to them, I think it was somebody left a comment about the guns being drawn constantly now in Nova Scotia. And I said, my heart is breaking because you guys you need a reprieve from this constant fucking trauma that you guys are enduring. Unbelievable. Do you get a moment off? No, they don't care. They're not protecting. You got a great point there, Wade. You got it, sir. All right, back to the article about Campbell's wife and how the RCMP handled that. Other women to make their own declarations of sex discrimination and harassment on the job. There's now a proposed class action suit. This is back in 2015. Galliford's former husband, Darren Campbell. Recognize the name? Howdy, country. Recognize the name? Do you recognize the name? Darren Campbell? How you doing tonight, ma'am? Sister, my sister. Do you recognize the name? Galliford has not commented publicly since the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team. Okay, here we got some great fucking acronym, abbreviation. IHIT. Here we go. I think it just keeps it easy, right? For easy brains. Announced the charges against her son and his two friends on September 8th. Her lawyer did not return calls Friday. But Darren Campbell, the same one who says, we didn't lie. I've never lied. Your institution, by the way, sir, right now is currently being sued for a lie that you told in a conference. Just saying. That is one of the points in the class action suit currently right now against the RCMP, is a lie that you told on camera to people. So don't say that you're not lying, because you're lying about not lying. Sick. This kind of deception and dishonesty pervades our society. It has infected every level. I don't care what you tell me. If it's brutally true, I want to know. Right? Honesty is not about stealing. It's not about allowing your politicians to lie. It's not about cheating on your wife. It's about being moral and honest and good. Sometimes feelings get hurt in the way. That's true. But if you live your life with a decent moral compass and you're honest, you don't have to have a good memory. Because frankly, I'll tell you, even though it may not seem that way, my memory is fucking garbage. Garbage. The amount of stuff that I have read over the years. Because that's my job, right? I don't think people understand that. That's what I do all day, every day. Read. Have for years. So the amount of stuff I've taken in versus the amount of stuff that I'm able to regurgitate in my lengthy streams here, which I haven't even begun on what I'm really here to do, but this is a friend, this is about a friend, and this is integral and very symptomatic demonstration of the situation in Nova Scotia. So it's for a friend, but it's also something I recognize that has ramifications, possible ramifications all over the place. Because people will hit back, and that's good. And people in all of those powerful positions might start to take notice. Don't fuck with those little people. Those little people will hit back. It's not we're going to go down and riot and burn down businesses and our own fucking neighborhood, which they're just scamming and getting the insurance money out of, and we're the only ones who screw ourselves or do anything stupid like boogaloos or any of this. What we're going to do, we're going to fucking take you on with our brains, and we're going to fucking floor you, man. Don't even come around here. Don't do it. It is an incredibly difficult time. All I can comment on is the perspective of a father. I cannot comment on anything further. Do you see? You see how this is what he does? That's him as a father. Can't comment. As a father. Think he's going to do it for RCMP? Who have only slight agenda in the story. On anything in terms of the investigation, I cannot comment on anything in terms of the investigation because I'm not part of it. Really? Well, you're part of other investigations. You can't comment on that. Ones that you're not part of, you can't comment on. Can you comment on anything? Does anything flow out of your mouth except bullshit lies? They sit there and they laugh. They think it's funny. They're laughing at you. Sorry, Faye. Sorry. I'm sorry. It'll be the downfall of me one day. I assure you. Don't worry. Just like my grandma. Live off coffee and cigarettes. She lived to be pretty old. She had a good life. Anything in terms of investigation because I'm not part of it, he said Friday. It's heartbreaking and it's devastating for every family involved. It's very, very sad and heartbreaking situation. Well, I think it is. And frankly, I'll tell you this. My heart does go out to him as a father, right? I do feel badly. His son murdered somebody. That's terrible. To have that knowledge. There's a fellow I indirectly know here in Calgary. I don't know him, but I indirectly know his father. High up in the police, and his son murdered some people. And that's pretty hard to deal with. Yeah. But, you know, you're a public figure, you're a law enforcement officer, and you're a father. Here's a good place to comment. And you're not doing the investigation. So you're not involved. You see that? That's dishonesty, what he says there. I can't comment on the investigation because I'm not part of it. Do you know what? If that were the case, then nobody in this world could ever comment on any investigation. Because the people who are doing the investigating can't comment. And those who aren't involved in the investigation can't comment. As in family members, public at large, can't comment. Oh, well, that's not the way it really works. Oh, no, I don't think so. Ozzy, what's going on, Ozzy? CTV footage. Where's the CTV footage? What's CTV footage? Can you share with us, Nova Scotia? Citizen, please. Connor Campbell, 21, Flaherty, and Tankard, 20, will appear in Monday's in Surrey Provincial Court. Hannon, 19, was last seen by his little brother in Walnut Grove area of Langley, February 26, 2014. His locked vehicle was found abandoned the next day, Derby Reach Regional Park. His frantic family put up missing persons posters, and appealed to the public for help. Police suspected foul play in the teen's disappearance, and the IHT, oh, here we go with this garbage nonsense. See, I told you. It's just there just to make you feel like they're doing something important. Was the interview buried due to your last stream? No, I still have it. I'm still working on it. I have some reservations because I'm concerned that possibly the lady who was kind enough to do the interview may. Well, anyway, I'm still working on it. We'll see. It's great, though. It's great. If not, I'm going to cut the intro out of it and use it for just a separate video because it's pretty bombshell. Connor Angus Campbell lured a guy, killed him, pre-dug grave. Yep, shot the kid in the head. Was Derry. Yep. It was a pretty horrendous murder. That Mr. Campbell's son, the very one that you see on TV, was involved with. That's his son. And again, I really do appreciate the fact, like, I can't begin to comprehend what that would be like as a father, to know that your son murdered somebody. But again, one has to say, how did he learn that that was acceptable? If you're a police officer and your father, you'd think he'd have like the double whammy. Maybe it was just bad luck. I don't know. I'm acquiring enemies here with Mr. Campbell, though I'm sure RCMP exactly aren't our friends right now. The team, and again, this is a team. I speak on behalf of myself, so I'm not, I will take the hit for other stuff, anything I say, but, it is a team effort over here. I always want that to be known. Darren didn't teach his son a moral compass. I think that's a fair statement, isn't it? Is that not a fair statement? like father, like son. Is that not a fair statement to make? Could be totally wrong. Maybe he's born some way that it's just bad luck. But honestly, and this is the man who is elevated because he rose in rank, 2 ranks. Because at this point he is what? He's not even, I don't think he's even an inspector at that point. And very quickly he got promoted to superintendent. And his ex-wife, which we haven't touched even yet. Oh, that's bad. Because that was where I was really going with this. She had balls. Thank you. Balls. I'll use that term. Not tranny balls, but balls. Cojones. Strength. To stand up to the very institution and her employer. And we'll see what happened to her. We'll see what they did to her. And Darren Campbell? Well, it may be his ex-wife, but you still don't watch that happen. I would never be a part of something like that. As soon as that they started to railroad her, I would be like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? There is no way. I don't care how acrimonious relationship that they had. Hell, they have to be a parent to their son who is in jail together. He needs them, right? She's there for him, funnily enough. Mother never stops loving her child. His remains were found in a heavily wooded area in Mission, and his friends were arrested. The remains were returned to his family this week, allowing for a funeral finally to be held. So he knows what it's like, right? He knows what that's like for families not to have a funeral. Finally to be held. So why did it take days and days and days to tell people that their loved ones are dead? Why does it take phone call after phone call after phone call from Heislip's family saying what's going on here? Are we going to get some answers? I believe, I could be wrong, so I appreciate always being corrected, but I believe the O'Brien family literally all went down to the RCMP station finally and was like, you better tell us now. Finally to be held, but you can have little parades. You can have parades for your own. But you see, the parade wasn't about, and this is why Heidi Stevenson's family should be thoroughly disgusted. Thoroughly disgusted. Thoroughly disgusted. Because they used her. And they are using her as a shield. These shields that people build, these institutions and organizations, they got it figured out, man. Oh, your heartstrings go out. Your heart, your good human nature comes out. And you're like, no, I don't want to ask anything of a grieving family. I don't want to. And that's what they're gambling on. That's why they say things like, our family, the RCMP family. Very psychologically manipulative. Very disgusting. Very sad. Well, look at Galliford and how her family, how she got treated by her RCMP family, which Darren Campbell is now 2 ranks higher in, and the one telling you stuff sitting there in the cutting room floor over at the CBC. You see, if they had aired that interview right away, it would have looked a little better on them. Instead, it actually looks a lot worse. You know why? Because those families all have been sitting around waiting for it. Oh, by the way, we just watch TV. You'll get some answers. Oh, sorry about that. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, sorry about that. Maybe tomorrow. Because if they say something in there that you can catch them up in, and I can tell you, I got a fucking eye. A good eye. And I know you guys do too. Right? You guys are all going to be watching. Good news. I know stuff too. Come on. I'm just simply attacking this right now from the RCMP perspective in the families. Let's deal with it. Beyond that, we'll get the answers when we get them in court, and you can depose them. Going to involve money, people. At one point, we're going to have to put our money where our mouth is. We'll see how many people stand up then. How many people are thoroughly disgusted? How far do they have to fucking sail you down the road? Really? All of them. All of them. Not just the RCMP. Politicians. Everybody. CEOs. Stepping all over everybody. Banking. Strike back. Jesus. I told that story before. Gotta go for another cigarette. I told that story before. One of the most poignant things that ever happened in my life was when I was at boarding school and one of my best friends held me down on the floor. He was a big guy. Big. I don't know, he was benching 280 back then. And he's just a kid. And he just kept fucking punching me in the head. He's my friend. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And he said, I want you to learn to fucking hit back. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Hit me harder, he said. Hit me harder. Good. Now I know you've learned. As I'm a sopping pile of blood and tears. And he holds up his hand and he says, get up. Let's go. Right on, brother. Right on. On that end, it taught me, my grandmother molded me into somebody who is not going to put up with shit. I don't care if you want to try and manipulate me. I can see through your garbage. We can't. Been out of gum. Oh, no. Are you out? You're out of here? Okay. Bye-bye. Let's finish off. You guys don't want to hear my story, maybe. Now we will respectfully be in peace, the obituary said. Published this week in Vancouver Sun. Nick was a wonderful man. He had a dazzling smile. Okay. Despite his personal link to one of the accused and RCMP, the Crown said, spokesman Neil McKenzie said Friday, in this case, the circumstances did not require the appointment of a special prosecutor. Now, it does seem a bit not good, but anyway, whatever. A little bit of conflict of interest, possibly. The thin blue line does not apply at all, right? We know that. Sleep well, Faye, yeah. Special prayers. You're right. You're absolutely right, Wade. We stick around for a reason. I hear you on that one. I know that. Why the hell do we keep walking? Because we were supposed to fight. God's giving you the option. And I know that's a dirty word again. Jeez. I don't get bashed though too bad about it. So I'm proud to say Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Gives me the strength to fight. Gives me a moral compass to look up to and try to follow. Try and improve every day. You want to hear gear? I don't know. I saw something about the photo. Sorry. Keep up the good news. Good news. Absolutely, sir. Somebody mentioned something about the big stop, gas stop footage. Yeah, absolutely. Like where they have footage all over the place. Anyway, I'm getting off topic again, but there's footage everywhere. We all have these fucking stupid phones, you know? God, how many? They're all over the place. Everybody's got a camera. Oh, I'm gonna have the new fucking 29 megapixel thing, blah blah. Pay money for me to get monitored more, yay. But they all have cameras and they all have video, and lots of people are pretty used to taking pictures and video now all the time, right? Maybe this is why our memories are not as great as they once were, because we can just look at the photos. But it's all out there. Send it to me. Get on board. Don't fuck around. You don't want to have your name out there. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Rage, sir. What are you doing? Here's one of our fellow warriors. I hope he's doing well. Good man. Good man. He's got his channel. Go sub down below too. All these guys, they fucking work hard, man. Because they care. They care. Just like you do, you know? You take the time. You take the time to come and watch this. You're a hero. You want to make a difference in this world. I know it. The criminal justice branch is aware of Mr. Campbell's family circumstances, Mackenzie said. Now, let's look at Galliford. Apologize about the pronunciation of her name. I'm not very good with the pronunciation. Galliford. Who is she? Is a Royal Mounted Police corporal. Is currently known for making sexual harassment allegations against the RCMP. She goes against her own. And being a high-profile police spokeswoman for the Missing Women's Task Force. Interesting how this is, right? Did a video about this a long time ago, but it's good to keep reinforcing these things and looking at them. How much do they want to how deep are they tied? How much will they throw anybody and everybody under the bus? This is their spokeswoman. This was the woman who would come out in front of the cameras all the time to do with the Picton stuff. And what did she do? Well, she said, you know what? You guys fucking fucked up. We fucked up. We did the wrong thing. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be a good human being. I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to speak out. I'm going to speak out against what happened to me, and I'm going to speak out on behalf of all these women. Right? And that's what she did. Because it's in their code. The RCMP code, which is its law. They have to. Campbell, where's he? You think he's speaking up? You see him speaking up? No. He just keeps rising in ranks. 22 dead, probably another notch in his belt. And he gets away with it. He and Leather, they're going to get promoted. You watch. You watch. You watch. Galliford is served as the spokeswoman for the Missing Women's Task Force. Interesting how this is now deleted. Deleted. Missing. Page does not exist. You know what that means? It was there, and it's gone. Gone. And yeah, I know somebody's going to say, well, it means maybe that it wasn't there. This was there. I'll tell you, it was there. Gone. They don't want you to know. All the native women that died. And they left it. They left it. Left it. Associated with the BC Women's Investigation. Which came to prominence in 2011 in bringing forward allegations of extensive sexual harassment and misconduct within the RCMP. I think that's actually a quote in my video. With the RCMP, from the RCMP, with the RCMP, from the RCMP. I just sampled my own voice. Chief among her allegations is the claim that officers of the Women's Task Force neglected their duties. What? She's doing the right thing by her code, the one that she, as an officer, is sworn to uphold, the RCMP code, which says, didn't we have that out? Where's that? There. Right here. Failing to address or report the conduct of another member. Serious. If it's very serious, you'll get 10 days. Extremely serious if they don't report it. 10 days. Do you see? Do you see? What inspiration is that? You know, first of all, if you speak up, you're going to get railroaded, like we'll see with Galliford, or any number of women. I should play some interviews I have with some of them. None of those people down in Nova Scotia doing any talking. Are they inspired to? Well, the worst case, they're going to get a 10-day slap on the wrist. Worst case. Yeah, Todd, you're broaching into areas that maybe other people might not understand. You are. You know it. You know it. You know why I came back. I have a mission. Linda, what's going on? Looking very sporty today. Yeah. Team Ireland. I like Team Ireland. Okay, so, 10 days. That's what happens if you fail to report somebody for misconduct. After witnessing a violation of the code of conduct by another member, omits to promptly report it, or fails to take measures to prevent the continuation of the misconduct when possible. Remedial measures, mitigated, nominal range, we'll write it on a piece of paper. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. And worst case scenario, you're going to get 10 days. But if you report it, let's see what happens. Neglected their duties and tolerated a 3-year delay in apprehending Robert Picton. When asked to testify before the Missing Women's Commission of Inquiry, of course, these garbage inquiries. Listen, people, this is not the way to do it. Trust me. They don't work. Because if it did, Do you think he'd have Nova Scotia? Do you think? They don't clean up their backyard. Senate recommendations, commissions. No. And I know that in speaking with Lindsay Jordan over at the Globe Mail, she just laughed. We had a good laugh about the RCMP and how it's widely known. They just will not say anything about anything. The most secretive, voted by the journalists, most secretive law enforcement organization in Canada. Not CSIS, not CSE. Oh no. And probably the ones that we don't know about. That would be the RCMP. Our gravel road cops. You know, the ones that just kind of take care of the speeding. You think? Holy fuck, is this just beyond transparent? Like, it's so blatantly obvious. When asked to testify before the Missing Women's Commission of Inquiry, Galliford stated she would not be testifying for the RCMP, but rather on behalf of the victims. Yea, when we have a human, we have a part here. The most public face of that. And she said, oh no, this is a problem. Yay. My hat's off to her. Seriously. These people need to be celebrated. But let's see what the RCMP does. The individuals she named included Rob Nicholson, Canadian politician, represented Niagara Falls, House of Commons, 2004 to 19. You see, did it do anything? No, not really. Attorney General of Canada, Ian MacDonald, a doctor of the RCMP, and 4 officers. Oh, those aren't named here. Names. I like names, because if you want to be a shit, I don't want you living in my neighborhood. I want to know your name. Because I don't like shitbags around me. They can go live in Shitville. Just saying. 1 month before hearings began in 2012, the inquiry deemed Galliford too fragile to testify, citing alcoholism and post-traumatic stress disorder. You don't think that was a little bit of a fix? Don't have her talking, because if she talks, she's going to spill beans. Better to throw her under the bus. Our most public spokeswoman. She would have been the most widely known face for the RCMP at that point, Canada-wide. Right? And what do? Oh. Citing alcoholism and post-traumatic stress disorder. Humans help humans. You see, if we had a Galliford on the other side, the Galliford on the other side would say, what can we do to help you? You're part of our family. Right? The family? You remember the one that they're talking about down there? The one that they're using? Poor Stevenson's family. Really. It's beyond disgusting. It's evil. It's wrong what they're doing. Because this is what they really do. That's what they really do. Right? They'll throw anybody under the bus. Lecky's husband's interesting character. Just saying. After Galliford came forward, The RCMP denied her allegations and sought to dismiss her from the force. Are we getting it yet? Are we getting it? I'm dropping like fucking honest bombs on you and other people. Please. I know you guys are awake, but you gotta fucking shake everybody around you and get them in the fight. And those of you who have information have to step up and do like she did. Because she's going to die and she's going to have a good conscience. Clean one. She did the right thing. Right? She said, you know what? I'm such a loving member of my family, my RCMP family, that I'm going to point out their wrongs and let's make amends. Let's fix it. Let's get better. No, I'm not hinting at that, Todd. Not hinting at that, guys. It's maybe more to do with his background as a RCMP officer. No. I don't, it's not provable. I can't see any, I haven't seen any proof. A picture that doesn't even look like him isn't proof to me. Lots of wild disinformation out there. I'm kind of more try to stay grounded in proof. Important for me. And they don't like it. They don't like it. Jesus Christ, you know how many people banned my Twitter account, my old Twitter account? Because I would drop documents on them. Documents. You know, that's why Polly and I are friends, because I think the same way. We do the same thing. Hers is far more organized, and she has a much better mug to look at than mine. And she's far more organized. Far more organized. But we think, you know, the same. Right? Polly's good stuff. Good stuff. She drops truth. And she works awful hard. Awful hard. And she's taken, you know, hits throughout this. But she still keeps fucking standing up. Pretty awesome, man. That's the kind of friends I like. In 2013, a 2015 trial was set for her case, but this was later delayed again to 2017. Yeah. More legal games. Forever Chipper, how's it going? I'm trying to keep track. Keep track. Have you guys comments? How are you doing? Chipper. I like it. Chipper. Be happy. A class action lawsuit proceeded alongside hers and Janet Merlo. She's an interesting lady as well. I've got her interview. Maybe we can watch that. Has credited Galliford for inspiring 400 female police officers to join it. Oh, do you think that's like one bad apple? Or does that sound like that buzzword they like to use? Systemic? Systemic problem? You have a systemic rape issue in the RCMP? Raping the very cops who are sworn to prosecute rape or arrest on behalf of the Crown Prosecutor for rape are raping. Pretty. Remember those doctors too? Oh. And it goes on all the time. Yeah. It's like hey, Ms. Fox. I don't think I know Ms. Fox. Shit, Magnus. We're just they drawn together. In May 2016, Galliford dropped her complaint against Dr. Ian MacDonald and accepted a settlement from the other defendants. She was subsequently given a medical discharge from the RCMP. Do you see, this is what happens. They will run you absolutely into the ground. Catherine Galliford has a son with foreign husband, Darren Campbell, a sergeant major. Oh, no. Oh, he's risen in 2 ranks. He got promoted twice in 4 years. That's why he lives in the $640,000 house. He and his inspector wife. They had no problem seeing what was going on. The mother of his child getting absolutely destroyed by his boss. He has no problem. What happened to that officer who reported that third officer? I'm not sure if I'm following what you're saying. Third officer. This information was released when the son, Campbell, was arrested in 2015. See, that's when they tell you. What was it? There was one that came up the other day. Oh, we didn't know we had that. Yeah, the chief, right? The chief. With the clotheslining shit bag. Come on to my block, sir. Bring it on. Bring it on. You're so tough. I don't care what background. I don't care if he did the worst thing in the world. You don't treat people like that. He has a current charge against him, I believe, for assault. I should say, I believe. Better check that to make sure I'm right. And he's still working. And now he's assaulting more people with his man bun, his faggy haircut. Sometimes I go a little bit overboard with my languaging, but it's just because I am so sick and tired of all of it. It's just gross, man. Gross. The RCMP is an institution, a very, very powerful institution. It is an international police force, right? You know, we send all of our police officers to the UN. Who's doing that? It is a spy agency with access to 5 eyes, six eyes. That's for you, good news, Todd. And okay. See you later, sir. We'll have to catch up. Please do take care, right? My prayers are with you, brother. My prayers are with you. Again, his channel down below. Please support him. So hopefully we will catch up. Now, why do you have an officer working for you that is currently before the courts? Let's just double check that. And the RCMP, oh, you know what they said? Oh, we lost that. Oh, sorry here. I would like to know one thing. One thing that they've found. Crickets? Crickets, anybody? I certainly have a list of things that they have. Prayers said, brother. Absolutely. You the man. All you brothers, sisters, you guys are my heroes. Cube-tard suggestion. This is what they're going to do. They don't care about their own. I don't know what happens somewhere along the line, they sell their souls. They literally do. Says it right in the Bible. Satan rules this world. Not going to go all biblical, but it's true. It's true. God knows that. This is a test for you, a test for me. Are you going to stand up? Are you going to fight? Are you going to go down right to the wire and say, you know what? I believe. I'm going to fight. Fight for what's right. Or are you going to do what they do? You're going to sell your soul. You're going to sit in your corner and say, it's not going to happen to me. Maybe I know something. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk because if I do, this is what happens. Right? Doesn't matter. It's just another trial. All of it's just trials, personal trials. Can you make it through it? Can you persevere? Right? The fighting Irish. Goddamn right. Never give up. We never give up. Keep it going. Wade said it, right? Lots of truth in here. Truth for all of us. You know? Truth for me. I hear it from you. It's inspiring. It's good. It feels. Can you feel it inside? Rather than sitting down on the couch and getting piped full of shit, trauma everywhere. I see strength. I see unity. I see people working for other individuals they do not know. Stepping up to the plate. I see people who are afraid stepping up to the plate, doing the right thing. Sending that information, sending those pictures, sending those videos. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll take it. Me, my friends, my army behind you. You are behind it. We'll take it if you're afraid. Because that's what brothers and sisters do, right? We stand up for each other. Maybe we're not all at the same point yet. That's okay. Here's my hand. Let's go. Right? There is so much out there. I'm just waiting, praying. It comes forth in bits and pieces and drips and drabs. The truth will set you free. Who said it? The very guy they want to destroy. Don't tune out when you hear that. Don't. Keep an open mind. Keep it. You don't have to believe. Just keep it. The very worst case scenario, you can look at Jesus and say, he was a pretty good guy. I like good guys. I like to emulate good guys in my life. My dad, whoever, right? It's like the father. Take care of each other. Listen to what she says. This information was released when her son, Connor Campbell, was arrested in September 2016, along with 2 others for the murder of 19-year-old Langley resident Nicholas Hannon. Connor Campbell was convicted in November 2016 and has called Galliford every day since the life sentence began. You think he feels bad? Sounds like it. Sounds like his mom is a pretty fantastic woman, too. Galliford stated that the effects of PTSD and agoraphobia prevented her from attending the sentencing. She later said, "I carry some guilt after watching what I went through. I know that he developed a mistrust of the RCMP." What? But I think parents are parents, and I was a good parent. I know that he developed a mistrust of the RCMP, his family's family. You remember? Remember? The family shield? Shields up, Captain. Shields up. Family. Oh, you can't ask us questions because we had one of our own die. You know what? That's a pure logic disconnect. Like absolute logic disconnect. I can still ask questions. There still are facts. It doesn't change the fact that somebody in your organization has died. Those are still there. They don't go away. It's both. So if you don't want the family member to die, you don't want your wife getting discharged by the organization you represent. I do hope he watches. That's probably very, very lofty thinking on my hand, but never know. I do hope that he watches because he can do the right things right now. He can. Remember that code, sir? Remember that one? You swore to it. Hello, Mr. Moneypenny. Mr. Moneypenny does a lot of hard work. I will be sending you my phone number. I do hope that you will call me. I don't do that often. Mr. Campbell, Superintendent Campbell, Superintendent Leather, Bergman, do the right thing. Remember? Remember what you signed up for? Because if all of you start standing up, they can't take you down. And if they did, you can go to sleep at night like Catherine Galliford, and say, I didn't give up. I kept my soul. Yep, suing for wrongful death. Negligence. Yeah. Culpability in the death of 22 people. Start with a civil one. Start to get the facts in deposition, in discovery. maybe you bring private criminal charges against people. Just saying. Just saying. I was so elated when I saw that day, that the family, Tyler, Blair, and of course, O'Brien family, right? She pops in here a little bit. She needs answers. I know that. I don't know her. From a hole in the wall. Never met her. But she needs answers. And when I said to her, I want to ask you, I don't believe, was it her that I asked you? I can't remember. There's so much stuff, right? Do you feel like the RCMP are protecting you by not giving answers? Are they doing that to protect you? Oh, I want answers. Everybody wants answers. Don't use lie. Don't try and do this. Heartstring manipulation garbage. Molly, yeah. Tyler Blair, like, I'm hoping maybe we might have an opportunity to talk to him. That guy is a real stand-up guy. Right? Real stand-up. Wow. 27 years old. 27. He's taken on his two half-brothers. I believe they're half-brothers, right? The very ones who hid in the basement on the phone for two hours just down the road from the RCMP. While their mother is dead on the lawn. And their father dead. 27 years old. You see, this is all the goodness that I see pouring through. And he's like, they come stay with me. I'll take care of them. Yeah. 27 years old. Jesus. Hell of a lot more together at 27 than I was. I'll tell you that. Who's behind the mega corporations? Questions to be answered another day. Now, wanted to go through and watch Oh Dear's video with you together. I hope that she won't mind. I suppose I should conclude the portion to do with the video with that Indo Blue. I don't know who Indo Blue is, but I do appreciate the work that they have done in helping us see things. I don't know. Obviously, I can't say it's 100% correct or not, but it gives me such a firmer grasp of things. And for all of us, still have never seen any photos of anything on Orchard Beach Drive. Why do they not want you to see anything over there? Nothing. The Wortman warehouse. Doesn't appear there's any cars there now. Colchester, of course. RCMP applied to bulldoze everything. Must be like that great crime scene stuff. Like Gina Goulet's house getting cleaned up in, less than 24 hours. Three shootings. 3 shootings. Can't tell family members that their family members are dead, but they actually got the crime scene cleaned up. Leveling houses bulldozers out in full force. Backhoes up in Wentworth. Fire is still going. Firemen are still putting out hot spots and stuff. Evidence. A little great clip I saw the other day from a show, because of course you're looking at that and there's like, you need to find out what happened there. You're saying on TV, you have to do it like an investigation as though he were alive. And yet you're wrecking the crime scenes. Strange. Just saying. Okay, now, so I left a link for their video down below, the latest one. 2 hours, 40 minutes long. It's a long haul. There are a couple of interesting things. They don't answer as to how he got out. The brown loop stuff. You see brown loop, I think, in that video. I'm not sure, but I believe you see the driving by the chain, which is still there, to the dirt road to Mudville. This one right here. Yeah. Because it's such a great road with your 4x4 cruiser. Only gets a little bit shittier as you go further along, which is why I'm hoping that somebody who has access to down there, you don't want to see your brown loop. Well, welcome. There's one of the powerhouses here. Welcome, sir. The road only gets shittier down here. Please pardon my foul mouth. I know I have a bad mouth. So this is the only place I believe that the RCMP is saying that he can escape from. Poor Pick, because where are they? They're sitting up here. Remember what Campbell said? One way in and one way out. In his very carefully crafted photos. These are all well done, just like their speeches, even though they fuck them up royally because they assume that you're not swift enough to pick up on it. Let's look at the timeline here. They had the little photo of, do I have that? Of the Portapique Beach Road. I don't think I do. Do I? No, I don't think they actually ever issued those to the public. But what they did, very interesting, that they cut out the top portion where Portapique Beach Drive connects with what highway is that? 2, right? They cut it out. And then he kind of says to you, oh yeah, it does connect, by the way, up there. But he cut it out because if you see it with your own eyes, the cognitive dissonance thing starts going. You're like, well, there's only one way out of this bloody place. How did he get out? And you're sitting at the end of the road. All of these roads were road blocked, too. Remember that, too. He drove through Big Village, right? There are a lot of RCMP. They want to tell you 34 minutes because then they have plausible deniability. Well, see, we were just totally disorganized. We didn't know what to do. Ooh, sorry. And then probably we'll get we're doing investigating and we had family members die and it's like a little child who's stolen something. Just tell the truth. Real easy. Real easy. We'll get along real well. You do that. You don't want to tell the truth, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. Thanks, G. I think they just removed the likes and stuff like that anyways. But still, you never know. Maybe it helps. So I do appreciate everybody's support on that level. I mean, I don't think, aside from your great minds and wonderful ears and the knowledge that you bring to the table, which is fucking powerful. Is all I'm asking for. Now, let's go over to Oh Dear, because Oh Dear, I did not know about this channel. I do not know who this person is. I've had some interaction with them. Up until a couple of weeks ago, I didn't know about this channel. And they go through and they do videos. It's interesting. They do videos of stuff that we talk about over here, very, pretty well done. Pretty well done. And they explain things. So he's got she, I think it's a she, but I don't really know. Has done a new video. So why don't we have a look at that, because it's no views. Look at this. No views. Why? 5 subscribers. Some great videos. Maybe we should I should see if they'll be kind enough to allow me to put them up over here. I don't know why it says no views, because I've already actually watched some of this, so I think this is more bullshit games. I don't know why the like was there too. Well, strange. Anyway, when does it say this was released? How long ago did it say? 4 hours. Let's refresh that just so I know. 4 hours. Yeah, they're playing funny games again with the numbers and things like that. Very sad. But that's the important thing. Don't get frazzled. Don't get frazzled with the low view count or whatever. I think this is very much a psychological game. So equally, people will be like, oh, well, that guy only has 500 views on that video, so it's probably not worth looking at. Don't fool yourself, right? Because videos, different people broadcast videos, and YouTube clearly lies. I've busted them lying on many people's channels, including my own, all the time. They do it because they want to have you give up the fight. Anyway, so we've got to support one another, and great videos. Oh, well, what happened? Close Blair. Let's see, can we do this? Now, I think they might be out on the location of the nurses. I think, and this is not I'm not criticizing. I'm just simply saying I think that they might be out. I don't actually know where the nurses died, but I do. I don't bug, and nor should we bug Miss O'Brien, because to find out. I'm sure she does know. In fact, I know that she knows, because she apparently painted something on the road, because she's concerned the RCMP are going to start fucking with the facts. But I don't want to bug her. I want to know where they did die, because I think, frankly, that all these little facts, they all go together. Right? So let's watch. And I'll shut my yappus. Oh. Of course, Seamus. Can you share the screen? I don't know if there's sound though. So they're showing the site of the different camera pictures, which were all crap, and you can't tell who's what on any of them. Oh yeah, I can tell. I think they might be out on the nurses. But it's not significant. What you do if you don't want people to know things. Sorry, I thought I left a link in for her channel, their channel below. It's very well done. Like they know their stuff. That's for sure. Yeah, so they are using what I propose also, that this is EHS Exit 9 stuff, which they said in a sworn document, right? I mean, they can tell us all kinds of stuff on the TV. They can lie to us quite intentionally, and have no problem about it. There's no ramifications for that. That's totally acceptable and normal. Part of course of business is to lie to you anytime that they want, whether it's in a press conference. Hell, if you think about it that way, they can lie to the government. They can lie literally to the government. Outside of a courtroom, they're not supposed to lie. Or outside the courtroom, lying is totally permitted. Only within the courtroom. But I mean, if you're operating with that kind of mentality, do you think they're going to tell the truth there? But let's not even go that far. Let's just stick with the facts. They're allowed to lie. So basically, you can take most anything that they say as bullshit. But they that's why I'm big on sorry, that was an error. That was why I'm big on the warrants. And the warrants say this vague, ambiguous, and very misleading. Intentionally, I think, Exit 9, Highway 2, near the EHS station. And there absolutely is an EHS station there. So now, that's why I think that's probably a more valid location. However, I do not have confirmation of that. If somebody lives down in the Milford Station area, Highway 14 and 2, it's somewhere in that neighborhood, somewhere around there. There's somebody at the Tim Hortons. Somebody sent me a name. I don't know. I'm not a big person for reaching out. That's not really my deal. But if somebody who lives down there knows whether there was something that went down there, anything, people, if you've got proof, as in you saw something, as in you have something, pictures, videos, send it below if it's there. See, is it there? Yeah, it's there. Tips, Nova Scotia investigators at gmail.com. I don't know why that's not hyperlinked. That's interesting. Okay. Or over on Twitter. You can send it to me by direct message. Steve, you can send it to Steve also. And his contact info is down there with his Twitter and his, he's more affable, more likable, probably not quite rough around the edges like me. But I assure you, I do have a good heart. I'm not like, you know, I have a pretty good heart at the bottom of it. Now, this is why I've kind of been big on that one. I know some of you disagree with me on that, and I totally see where you're coming from too. I do. And one somewhere along here, we're going to get the right answer, right? And it's not like, oh my God, you're wrong. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, let's put the pieces on the table, get them hammered out. No, that's absolute garbage, Seamus. Total, let's throw it away. We know where it is. We've got pictures. There's people that who said something. They saw it. Nurse talked in the hospital, whatever the hell it was. Then we can eliminate garbage information, which is important. This is very important in kind of discerning and triaging what's important here. Is being able to the wheat from the chaff, right? And this is why they will bombard you intentionally with lots of other facts and, you know, salacious things like sex life or something completely unrelated, or satanic kid cults or whatever. Not say that maybe doesn't come into the picture. I'm not saying anything. When I say that, I'm not saying anything. My mind is always open, but I'm looking just for the facts. What can we take them to court on? Very important. Play the video. Thank you. Shut up, Seamus. Oh, yeah, now, because I got booted out. Or I did the booting. Now, okay. Here we go. So let's back it up a little bit. I think they actually might propose all of them. Theories. Oh, yeah, they do. Excellent. See, this kind of stuff is fucking gold. There we go. You know, lots and lots of you say it's up there. Totally. I can see that. No push bar. Oh, Gina. Malicious potatoes. What a stage. What a stage scene. That's not tinfoil stuff. They told you. There was only one, and she did a video about, or she did a video about that. According to the warrant, is really fucked. It really causes a problem. Because then you got him going south for no reason, and then he's going back up north, and then he's on the same exit ramp as she is, and her car is getting in an accident and getting damaged. Where on the passenger side, it's all a bit shady, all shady. Let's watch some of her other stuff, because she, I apologize, put together some other good things. They put together a neat video about the one, and I've got these video projects sitting around. I just never seem to complete them, but that's just me. Of the one thing they put together one the other day of that, the one tactical unit, not 50,000 police cars like you see. One tactical unit. Totally staged for the press. How do you think they're there? Yeah, by the way, I'm just sitting at this gas station. All of us press reporters, we're just having a Burger King burger. I don't even think Burger King was open that day. Meh, but buy it up because they look cool in green uniforms standing around. I think they even booted the guy with the blue uniform out. You know that? The picture? You see the guy, he's got a blue uniform, then he's gone. Dude, you don't fit the color code. You got to get out of here, man. It looks bad. Got to get one other. I got the one tactical unit. Maybe I should play one.
Big stop, Irving and Edgefield. While he's at the gas pumps, one of our tactical resources went to the gas station to refuel their vehicle. When the officer exited the vehicle, there was an encounter, and the gunman was shot and killed by police at 11:26.
Oh.
And the gunman was shot and killed by police at 11:26. One of our tactical resources came to the gas station.
I just happened to drive by the area.
This guy knows things.
SWAT team come in and park beside the pumps, and the fellow get out of the passenger side, and he just right out in front of the car and out with his gun and just opened up right through the windshield of the car.
Right through the windshield.
One of our tactical resources.
Yeah.
They got the killer right here. They got him on lockdown. They're going for him right now. They got the killer right here. Oh, they got him, but they shot him. I heard the 4 shots.
Oh, yeah, they got that same clip. That's a good one. They're just standing there doing nothing for a while. He's like such a fraud. Oh, damn you. That guy's filming. Shit, man.
Tactical resources.
Got to get that tape. We got to destroy it. Got to get that tape. I think mine was a little bit cruder. I wonder if I still have that lined up somewhere. One of the tactical resources. I don't know where all my projects go. Good one. They got some good stuff over there, and they're doing stuff that my lazy ass should be doing, video-wise. Lots of you in the Discord are doing lots too. I'm not discounting, right? Absolutely, putting pictures together. Money Penny does awesome job on that, on the pictures and things like that. Really, really good. And he's got people down. I don't know whether I was laughing about it with Tara tonight, funnily enough, Money Penny, about I told the story of when I was younger about a guy who used to come and pick our bottles up at a house that a friend and I used to live at, kind of a bit of a party house. And one day he came, and he was kind of a bit of a vagrant, but he came and he was all dressed up, like he looked very nice. He had a suit and tie on and stuff, and he said, my associate, and he brought this guy, and he said, my associate will be handling your bottles from now on. I've delegated that task to him. I'm like, what are you, the pimp of bottles? Anyways, Moneypenny does seem to have contacts with people, which is awesome. And, frankly, if we just start pulling all this together, that's why it's coming together. It's gelling different skills that we all have. Putting this stuff together. We can build something monstrous here. Take them down. Take them down. Let's see. I really want to play that interview, eh? Problems. Oh, actually, no, I don't. It's going to take me forever to find that, I think. I don't even know where the fuck I saved these things. Oh, that's going to be a problem. I can look through all my projects, though. Probably find it. Anyway, so there's some things there to talk about and some more nuggets to chew on as the RCMP are sitting in the cutting room with CBC. Can't get out the interview tonight. No, we're going to have to try again tomorrow. Was that 3 days? How long have they been sitting on the interview? When do you think the interview was done? Right? When do you think it was done? Sunday? We're now on day 4. You ever heard of that thing? Breaking news? Breaking news? No, they can't play that. But they can play all kinds of other garbage because it's not because of that. It's because they're sitting there cutting away. Don't want to tell those people anything because those damn people on Facebook, those oh dears, Mr. Moneypennies, Steve LTT, Little Gray Cells, they're all messing it up. Adrian's out, he's beating them up. What the fuck, man? Come on. If you have nothing to hide, you can just tell the truth. Real easy, real fast. And it seems kind of like a little bit of breaking news because, well, 22 people died. 22 people. 556, Kinshu 223 as well. I think the guns are, yeah, absolutely, Steve. It's just, they're just sitting around. I know it. I can literally picture what's going on. They're sitting in the editing room with a group of lawyers, some top brass, so Berman, Leather. I don't know. Leather's probably having a panic attack, pissing his pants. That poor fellow, I feel like, I know in a way, my heart does kind of go out to him because he is like literally pissing his pants constantly. No offense on you, sir, but I'm sure your laundry bill has just gone up monstrously since this all began. But that's because you know in your heart something is wrong, and you know in your heart you should be abiding by this, right? You know that. And you know what? You don't need special rules for any of this stuff. This is the crazy thing. You don't need special rules. You need what's called a conscience and a heart. Maybe some religion. Do you some good. I just lost two watchers. In my opinion, I don't want to request warrant says Ellison was walking on the beach. Is that what that's going to say? Yep, with his brother when he was shot. Ellison was completely different in the interview. Yeah, Ms. Absolutely. 20th, there's a warrant saying on the beach with brother, right? 22nd, his firsthand testimony in front of CBC, which they edited very conveniently, 1 minute out of. When I said that to Lindsay, she's like, oh, but I don't have her email address for some reason. I better call her. Anyway, she's like, what? They removed like a minute? I'm like, yeah. Anyway, 22nd, he's firsthand testimony. I'm at home. My brother's at home. We're with our dad. Brother goes out, Corey. And then he comes along, finds him on the road. Dad says in the warrant, funnily enough, dead body on the road. Just saying, maybe that's Corey. And then 2 days later, the RCMP once again in a sworn document. Howard Chuck, that's called perjury. Oops, that's a problem. Criminal charges. You're attesting to stuff in a document. You're swearing to in front of a judge. Remember, you cannot lie to a judge. You can lie to us, but you cannot lie to a judge. What did I do here? I hope I did this right. Is it? It's not that one. Yeah, balls. Anyways, they say once again, he's on the beach. Beach, house from Ellison, beach, RCMP. Beach, RCMP, Ellison at home, himself, beach, RCMP. What's going on here? This is what I was talking about the other night. You cannot dispute you cannot tell somebody else what they did or didn't do. They were there, they lived it, they know. That's why they're called a witness, and you're called a dumbass, and you're asking them questions because you don't know. You don't come along and scheme up something else. Don't forget to get some sleep. Looking out for you. Don't worry, sir. Ma'am, don't worry. Love, Mom. Somebody left me a nice comment the other day about my mom and my grandmother being proud of me. I sent it on to my mom because she's kind of doesn't really hold quite the same opinions. What's the story with Morrison? Okay, now please tell us more, Mr. Moneypenny. I've heard this thing kicking around about the gun being lost. This is why I want to talk to you, sir. Talk. I'm not very good at typing and all that bullshit. As you can see, well disorganized. Please tell us more about this gun, because I've heard about this gun being lost. And what was it? EHS asked the RCMP to recover it. Yet I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know who said this or what article they're referring to, or is it a emergency broadcast, which of course has been heavily clipped. But please do tell us more, because I need to know what that's about. They must have a team editing. They have team lawyers, team editing, team Bergman, team RCMP, tyrannical garbage. That's what they have. Oh, and team propaganda, CBC, same employer. Meanwhile, families, once again, just sitting and waiting. No, don't worry, we'll tell you, but you just got to watch the interview. What was the story on the body they say they found in Glenholm? I'm not sure quite what you're referring to. The campground stuff is all shady too, all around there. One article said a cop was on a gas station with a gun, a roof with a gun. If it was rando, how did he get up there before Workman was shot immediately? That's an interesting question. I've never seen that article. Do you have a link for us? Oh, yeah, you can't link. Do you have a link? How do I do this? Like that. I think that's press some button. I do not know but I want to get to the bottom. There we go. Sorry, I think some messages got lost in the fray there. Yeah, I've heard this one kicking around. I don't know if it's disinformation and just needs to be thrown in the garbage, because I know the RCMP are over in the fucking Discord now. They're there. I'm not being tinfoil. They are there. So just so you know, there's people over there sowing all kinds of crap that we really need to just disregard. Sad. But that's what they do. Smurfs. Plango spoke about it. I think they've been in there for a little bit, but what was the story of the bond? Okay, one article said he's on. I don't know this one. If you have an article, please, I'll give you the ability to link it. I don't know why they don't just have like an option. Link articles. Heard a couple of times, and then it went hush hush and never heard it again. What was the statement? Was it that the EHS had to go and recover the gun, or the EHS contacted the RCMP and said there's a gun in the woods, or what exactly was it? Where was it? These fucking things, they lose them all the time. We just lost it. Yeah. I think. Yes. I'm going to mute my microphone for one moment. Actually, I can't. I'll have a look at that in a bit. So I do appreciate something that somebody may have sent me here, and I believe will be interesting find. Not sure if you're cool with that per se. Now I'm on to Steve. I'm not understanding your message, Steve. Okay, and so also, again, I'll just mention the Discord. So the Discord is over there and up in full swing. How many people we got on there now? 10. 110. It's growing. You know, this all started with one phone call. One phone call from a friend. That's it. They lose guns all the time, so it seems plausible. They do lose guns all the time. But it would mean that he was out of his car. Well, the cuts in the bridge of his nose don't make any sense. The fact that he went home one day after doesn't make any sense. The not disclosing how many times he was shot doesn't make sense. Where he was shot doesn't make sense. The lack of knowing for sure where he was shot. The hat, possible injuries to the head, we don't know. The professional photographer who was there to capture the parade that was put on by the police the next day, whilst family members were still waiting to know if loved one was dead, doesn't make sense. Yeah. Anyway, so I think that's about it for tonight. 2 hours, 44 minutes. And I don't know anything about the body in Glenholm. Neither parking place has woods. Who brought this up? Just out of mild curiosity. I suppose I can go back and find it. I'm not real good with this kind of stuff, but I'd be curious to know who brought that up. Oh, yes, and the statement on the RCMP, from Morrison on Facebook, which then disappeared. Anybody have a copy of that, perchance? I've never really searched for it, but let's see. Morrison statement, Nova Scotia, Facebook. Let's see. Has been disappeared. It appears. It appears it's been disappeared. Who's that? Let's try the Google. Give you the right answer every time. We'll get in bed with the RCMP. We'll draw roads where they don't really exist, just to help you out. Chad, do you want Chad? Does that help you out? Chad Morrison. What is? What this? Hey, what's this? Stop that. I don't want to look at your photo. Okay. Well, this is old. Where I was working out of Enfield. Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. Look at them with the commando suits. What is that? The bomb disposal. Did you see that? You look ridiculous. You can't take somebody down, but you can look like a lobster. Pretty sad. Excuse me. It's in the Discord. No copies of the... here's Blue. He's going to get kicked out soon. No. Yeah. Can't have him. Gotta get rid of Blue. Blue doesn't match with green. It's very bad color coordination. Gotta have that guy leave the scene. Uh-huh. Is that Sharon Lee photography right there? That's one of her pictures. Oh, excuse me. Morrison said in a statement that was shared on Facebook. Yeah. You notice how everything's always written? Always written. Carefully written. Carefully scripted. I can't find this. statement. I think it's maybe in the wind, which is too bad. I'd be interested in reading the full statement. Maybe there's a problem with the full statement. Oh, there's the backhoe. Hard at work doing crime scene investigation. See? As they're investigating. You feel the cognitive disconnect going on? You feel it? You feel it? Why are you wrecking a crime scene that you're still putting out the fire? What are you doing? Why are you making applications to Colchester to bulldoze houses? What's going on there? Why are you going back and investigating the scene of accidents 2 months later? Because you had it all together? We had extra accident reconstruction expert. What was it Moneypenny said earlier? Reconstruction collectors? I was like, what? Oh my. Oh my. Doesn't appear as though there is a statement. The press seemed to have it though, which is interesting. All lives matter. Oh, here we go. I'll save this picture. Can I save it? Is it going to save it as a picture? Ah, balls on your face. Why do they do this? Fucking. Emergency alert. This was the one that I guess Leather thought he sent, but he decided to send a few days later. I thought we sent an emergency alert. No, sir. No, we did not. Oh, sorry about that. Dumb. Emergency alert. Easy article. Passing witness saw cop on roof. Paula Arahan. You release your public statements on MySpace. Dude, get with the times, Todd. Come on, 9200 or 8200 doesn't like that kind of garbage. MySpace, even though it's probably iSpace. iSpace. I think we call it that. Dancing Palestinians. Oh. Lost 4 viewers when I said that. Uh-oh. I think the tribe left the room. Paula Hanrahan. Hanrahan. Who is that? What is this person? You're out of Lance. Well, that's where he's from. Mr. Morrison. He's a chartered accountant. Is that CCA? Don't have any experience, apparently. Okay. Turning into a pumpkin. See you later, Amy. Have a good one. I think I'm going to shut down here in a moment. I'm just going to check this article that Mitz is talking about. No link came. I believe you're allowed to link. Are you not? No, sorry. My apologies. I guess YouTube removed your moderator status. Now you're a moderator. So now you can link. Sorry about that. Can you link, please? And thank you. Those damn dancing Palestinians. Dammies. Gary's here. I haven't seen Gary for a little bit. I like pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie. So this is the body in Glenholm. Oh, my spelling. Okay, here's a witness. Another one to go in the witness category. Find Paula. Shortly afterward, Paula was driving home when lights flashing in a parking lot at the Irving Big Stock caught her attention. I was pulling over. I could see the back end of a silver SUV. Okay, that could be the bronze Yukon. There were more men than I could count in full police gear. Yeah, I would say this is all the stage stuff, right? We're already at the stage scene now. It's an interesting comment, but of course she's observing the stage scene, which we all did. The rest of the world got to see that one. She just missed what happened earlier, right? Thanks, buddy. Thanks for joining the Docs Cord. Appreciate it. You can see I have positive opinion on that too. Interesting, though. Is there anything more on Glenn Hines? He got buried. That interview never aired. Never aired. That and the Shuby one, they never aired. Glenn Hines, big stop. Let's try that. Please don't go and bomb this guy with stuff. Here we go. Good. I haven't. Oh, my ride is going to arrive soon. I can hear them flying overhead. Hines. Witnesses told CTV. Do you see? If this doesn't freak you out, fucking people, honestly, that never aired. It didn't air, to the best of my knowledge. I've never found it. And if it did, they buried it right quick. The only reason I got the Glenn Hines thing was off of some garbage news aggregator out of, I don't know, fucking some Eastern European toilet. No offense on people from Eastern Europe. I'm just being facetious. Witnesses told CTV News that they saw an RCMP vehicles on scene. Vehicles heard multiple gunshots and saw a body on the ground. I think they're splicing a little bit together here. Okay, here's the truck driver. There's his name. I don't think it was listed before. He's the guy driving the blue truck that's in the background. He also was interviewed by CTV, completely buried. Quote, all I could see was gunshots, and my wife, I thought I was going to call 911. All I could hear was gunshots and my wife. I thought I was going to call 911 because she was going into panic. It scared her so bad. Okay, so these are some new details. I haven't heard any of this. from, said Glenn Hines, who was driving by the Irving when he saw the emergency response team arrive. ERT. Oh, there were multiple, like probably between 5 to 10 gunshots. It was steady, recalled Dion Wells. Here's another name. I hope Steve's writing him down if he's around. Steve, get on it, buddy. He's such a good guy. Handling people, visiting with people. I wish I was more apt at that skill. The RCMP blocked off Highway 102 at exit 5A. There was a large presence at the big stop all day. The area surrounding the restaurant gas station was cordoned off with police tape. I haven't seen this article. There might be some other goodies in here. The Loop. What is the Loop? Anybody know the Loop? Is it the Brown Loop? The Brown Loop. RCMP officer dead. CTV. So this is an aggregator too. Here we go with the name of who did it. Interesting person to chat with. Where's your article? Where's your broadcast, Andrea? Disappeared and I can't find it. Now it's only on the Loop. An RCMP officer is dead, another is injured after shooting incident involving several victims in Portapique. An RCMP officer is dead and another is injured after shooting involving several victims in the Portapique. Okay, here we go. Here's Brian. Here we go. He's pumping out the spin. Trash. I don't know if anybody's caught that. He's got a new article out for shiny things. Sauve, Nova Scotia. He's got a new garbage one. So does that True North. They're fucking heroically defending True North. Brian Suave. I know it's Sauve, but RCMP acted heroically to stop gunman. Nova Scotia rampage. Do you think Brockett 99? You're laughing at my Brockett 99. Somebody was talking to me about it. I brought it up. Well, they were asking me about the tape dubbing and stuff. I think I have Brockett 99. I think I probably have all the episodes. There's so many fakes around. That's the problem. The originals are the gold. Look at this guy. National Police Force. Do you think he has a horse in this race? Do you think Brian Suave has a horse in this race? Being the head of the RCMP union? And he's writing in a newspaper. They don't bother to tell you, of course, this is, and it's contributed. You don't think that's a little spin maybe they're putting out there? Just saying. Heroically. How about I erase this and it said, acted like shit or cowardly. How I could put maybe some of that in there. There obviously were some real heroes who disobeyed. I wonder if they got in trouble. They probably did for going in, trying to save those kids. They got in trouble saving those kids because they did. It was 4 a.m. according to Clint. 4 a.m. before the armored cruiser arrived, which doesn't make sense because that's 6 hours and it's an hour and a half drive there from Halifax. So Not sure about that. If you hate AC/DC, I don't want to be your friend. AC/DC. Rockin'. Let's go back here. A second dedicated member. There we go. See, this is, you know what this is? It's called psychological warfare 101. Shields up, Captain. Can't talk about anything. We need that contract. We better get Cole Harbor's going to start shitting their pants. They're going to kick us out. Maybe all the rest of them are going to start kicking us out. Maybe they'll start asking, why do you need to go through our Groupons? Shields up. Member was injured in the line of duty today. We will do everything we can to support them and wish them a full recovery. No details about the victims have been released at this time. But don't worry, he'll be getting out of the hospital. He probably was already out of the hospital on the 19th. Before they just had to get the photo shoot ready, you know. They had to get Sharon Lee photography over there. They had to coordinate the parade. Okay, there's going to be a parade on tomorrow. We gotta get it organized. We don't want people asking questions, okay? Just make sure that you put on a hat. Nobody will see the injuries on your head. But try and talk like this. And then give your statement. Give your statement on Facebook. And then we'll delete it so nobody can see it. We don't want people seeing the injuries. Don't worry, we didn't tell them how many times they were shot. It's okay. We'll just tell them it's a confidential informant warrant, but it's not a confidential informant, but it is a confidential informant warrant. I should go through that warrant. I should go through that before I get off. Because that is a... Honestly, you read that, I'm like, what are you saying? Like, that's completely insane, what you're saying. New judge, too. Did anybody notice that? They got a new judge in there about the warrants. There was a very good judge in there before. And he's like, I expect those warrants now. Because they were like, oh, COVID, we can't give warrants because COVID. He's like, actually, because of the COVID, my schedule is totally free. So I expect them. Thank you. You guys got nothing but time. Oh, that judge? Gone. Notice that over in Quebec. They do that. The judge is not very favorable. They bring in one that is. Because justice, you know, it's so good. I would do a challenge on that right away if I were the press lawyer. What is his name? CTV News learned that the suspect was wanted in connection with the shooting incident in Portapique was also killed. Multiple sources have told CTV News that Gabriel Wortman was killed by police outside the Irving gas station and Big Stop in Enfield, located roughly 40 kilometers from downtown Halifax. Police have only confirmed that Wortman was taken into custody Sunday morning, but did not provide any other details. What news? What news? News? Do they have news? They don't have news. They just rape their members. That's what they do. And bury that. And then kick people out. And allow Aboriginal women to die and beat up civilians. What the stepping on the head incident? You see the stepping on the head incident? Or the Korean guy. That one's a good one. They throw the Korean guy down the stairs. An old man. You're real tough, dude. Real tough. Seriously. I don't care you got a gun. Come on, buddy. Yeah. RCMP are expected to reveal more information. Do you think that they revealed any information? Are you feeling like they're revealing information to you? Do you feel that? Do you feel it in the pit of your stomach? You're like, yeah, these people are so great. They represent me. They take care of me. I know I can pick up the phone and they're going to be there for me. They're just going to sit at the end of the road. Watch me burn. A truck driver from Ontario told CTV News he had stopped at the Irving for a shower and a breakfast when he heard an employee shouting. These are the same employees, by the way. That's interesting. When I'm going through, people are disappearing too. I had a conversation on Twitter with somebody who had disclosed to me about the NDA. Employees at the big stop were forced to sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, under threat of arrest if they disclosed any information. That person is no longer in my chat history. Disappeared. I've noticed this with a few people. They're just disappearing people. But, don't let that stop you. Just keep going. Start a new account. Fuck them, man. We'll get it. She goes, that would be the employee. Oh my God, lock the doors. He's here. And I peek out the window and I saw some RCMP vehicles. And there were 4 or 5 uniforms with guns. I think this is the stage scene now. We're already there. And then we have Glenn talking. There were multiple, probably like, okay, we got that. RCMP had blocked off. We got that. The interim of the Nova Scotia Serious Incidents Response Team. Oh, yes. Steve knows. Anyway, which investigates all serious incidents involving police, confirmed they have investigators on the scene in Enfield. Which you think, Steve said to me, possibly let's see, Moneypenny's in here. Let's see, he can chime in. Do you think that the RCMP, that was actually not the RCMP, but in fact the CERT team, Serious Incidents Response Team, investigating the accident 2 months later? 9 weeks? Do you think it was the RCMP? You know, because people were there. Ozzy, that's speculative. Speculative. Interesting. Salacious, but speculative. Gotta have proof. Something happened to him. Something happened. How he got those injuries? Gotta sit him down in court and ask him. Hopefully Moneypenny is still here. He will let us know. Whether that was a CERT investigation, in his opinion, or it was RCMP. But why are they investigating it 9 weeks later? 9 weeks. Remember how they said, what was it? It's devolved. Not evolved, but devolved. So it went possible pit maneuver to full-on head-on collision. Actually stated head-on collision to then some sort of an accident. And now 9 weeks later, we've got some kind of team there taking pictures. I've got to look at those pictures some more. The tire marks on the ground, possibly. Maybe that can help me make sense of that. Tire marks on the ground in the northbound lane. Is that northbound lane? Not driving towards Meeting Morrison, unless it's at the other scene. The shooting suspect is identified as 51, active shooter situation. Police have not confirmed, of course, nothing. They say nothing. They just say several victims for days, but they drive around with parades and have photo shoots with professional photographers and written statements. There's no word on their identities or how many people may have been killed or injured. Investigators first released the suspect's identity before 9 a.m. Sunday. They said Wortman was considered armed and dangerous. Wortman had been traveling around Highway 4. Yes, that was the leather email 2 hours later answering. Heard an interesting interview with Kinsella the other day, talking about how police trust is gone. Gone down in Nova Scotia. You don't say. They actually gave a phone number, literally gave a phone number for people to call to make sure that that was actually a Halifax Police Department member when you get pulled over. So just call 902 blank, 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 whatever it was, and check to see if that officer is actually an officer. Put on your hazards, drive to a gas station. This is what we've devolved to. And frankly, anybody who's a police officer would be like, why? I can't do my job without people hating me or distrusting me. Very sad, very sad. Well, hopefully we can arrange that. I would love to have an interview with Mr. Moneypenny. I'm sure Steve would too. He can share all his truth bombs with us. Moneypenny, MI6, MI5? Mr. Moneypenny. Elusive. But very, very informed. A short time later, police said that Wortman had been maybe driving what appeared to be the RCMP cruiser. Oh yeah, okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. This is a developing story. More to come. More to come. Let's see what else they've got. This is going to get archived. Bing. Bing. Yeah, I know archive.org. You're not friendly anymore. Why are you not friendly? I don't like that. You big meanie. This is Highlight Lane Highness. And we've got this other fellow too, but he was on after the scene. Kind of, and they mix details here. There we go. Dion Wells, who lives nearby. There we go. Another name goes into the category of possible witnesses. Perhaps I should take a screenshot of that. Somebody was commenting about the people walking around in the background of the one tape. Anybody got details they want to share? Oh, are you giving me the boot? Mr. Moneypenny? Where's this going? Witnesses. Glenn. You know, Glenn Hines has been disappeared. Brian Sauvé. Clip. Okay. There we go. Now, let's see what else we've got here. I believe I've misspelled his name. It's with 2 N's. Maybe not. Chatterbait. No, we don't want that. Interesting. You see what Google does? We just finished reading an article from CTV, but they don't want to tell you. I do. Let's try it with a separation. Maybe that was my error. I'll put it in the quotation marks with the plus sign. Oh, it only has 1 N? I think he has 2, though. Ooh. I think this has kicked this out. 23 dead in this article. Okay, so that's just the shit. Well, let's get out of that. Now, we've got 5 articles. Find. Finds. Same article. CTV. iHeart. I think iHeart is owned by CTV. Bell. Isn't it Bell? Find. iHeart, actually, though, is global, I think. White supremacy. Why don't you go fuck yourself? How's that? No. There we go. Told CTV. That's it. Yet they disappeared that. Why? Why do you want to disappear things? Heavy? Heavy is just, they're all going to source probably the same thing. Yep. In depth. Daily Beast. Yeah. The silver SUV. Fuck you. Silver SUV, my ass. Video. Breaking news from Heavy. Discard dock scored? No thanks. I don't want any of your chat. This had a 20-minute video. Told CTV, fuck you guys, man. You guys are all editing and scrubbing. It's unbelievable. Oh. Oh. Ooh,
The sense of dread in Nova Scotia tonight
maybe.
is compounded by confusion over an alert never sent and mystery about the madman's motive. Neither changes the outcome.
Do you guys, when I don't know this lady because I don't have cable, but I've seen her around, obviously. She's got the Order of Canada. Are you serious? They hand the stuff out like candy now. Oh my Lord. What did she possibly do? Nothing. Aside from have some fucked up hair. Do you guys have any? Give me your impressions about this lady.
Of what we've lost. Frank and Don Galunchen now confirmed among the dead. 22 people were murdered in the shooting spree that started Saturday night in a quiet corner of rural Nova Scotia. 10:28 p.m., the first 911 calls, then hints of the horror in Portapic on the police scanner.
So there's a structure fire. There's a person down there with a gun. They're still looking for him. There is, for sure, multiple patients down there.
It's not until 8:02 the following morning RCMP realized the active shooter had moved well beyond what they thought was a secure perimeter. 16 crime scenes were later discovered over a 100-kilometer route. At 11:26 a.m., exactly 13 hours later, the suspect is shot and killed at a gas station in Enfield. There is one other moment on this timeline discovered on a piece of surveillance video from Sunday morning. Atlantic Bureau Chief Tom
This is the
starts us off.
Sunday morning, an RCMP.
See how they clip it out?
Plate pulls off the
They're doing funny games with you. Funny games.
People, the target of an intense search. Yet here he is, nonchalantly swapping a Mountie jacket for
La
a safety
Flamme?
vest, seemingly in no
The
rush
Flamme?
as he drives away. Security video obtained by CTV News.
Fragrant
from a
Cane.
smoke shop
Welcome,
in
sir.
Newbrook.
Bam.
Then drove to nearby Shubenacadie. Shot fellow denturist Gina Goulet. Constable Heidi Stevenson tries to
She's a
stop his
robot.
Ford
She
Cruiser
looks like
and he's shot
something's
dead.
not right.
Both vehicles are torched.
She's got an Order of
And the
Canada,
night
don't you
before,
know?
Portapic, where he murdered
For what?
neighbors and burned homes.
Better
Tyler
be
Blair's two
member.
brothers told him their father Greg and stepmother Jamie were among the first.
From what I'm told, they heard this Gabriel come out and start yelling. So my dad stepped outside, and that's when he got shot.
She grabbed their 12 and 10-year-old boys and ran into the bedroom.
My little brother's hid behind the bed, and that's when he came down and
Tyler.
shot my stepmother Jamie.
The gunman set the house
He's
on
pretty
fire.
awesome.
Through smoke,
This
the
guy.
boys ran next door and hid in the basement with the
I have a
children.
lot of respect for that
Lisa
man.
McCauley.
A lot of
She was
respect.
shot outside. At some point, the shooter drove 40 minutes to Wentworth, walked into the home of Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins, shot them, torched the house, and shot their neighbor, retired firefighter Tom Bagley.
Timelines on that one is wrong,
Speaking today,
according to
the
witnesses.
RCMP said between 7 and 8 Sunday morning, they were informed the gunman was impersonating a Mountie. The force tweeted his identity around 9 a.m. At 10:15,
Seamus.
Nova Scotia's EMO contacted RCMP and asked if they wanted to issue a province-wide warning through the emergency alert system. But police struggled to reach a commanding officer and agree on what it would say.
Like there's a gunman on the loose, perhaps stay in your home. But of course, they just didn't want people to know. It's all about trying to keep it in-house.
More than an hour later, at 11:26, still nothing.
We were in the process
Oh, yes.
during an alert.
Like you're in the process of
by the RCMP.
On the matter of the gunman's arsenal, Nova Scotia RCMP
Going to
Chief
school.
Superintendent Chris Leather said he wasn't in a position to discuss just how many weapons were used or what kind of guns he had.
I wonder why they never aired the business about that he said. Well, we used an alert. Oh, no. Wait, sorry. I have to go. Oh, yeah. Somebody corrects me. We didn't actually use an alert. Like, nobody said anything about it? Huh?
Had. Lisa?
Chilling timeline. Todd Battis at RCMP.
Shitty timeline, actually, ma'am. Shitty. Very shitty. Still to this day. So, let's see here. Later, they said he was using a silver Chevrolet Tracker, which was red, but was actually silver. But we don't know that that man died. We'll release his name later. Poor Weber. Suspect. Now. There we go. The same quotations. Are they using Atlantic time? I believe they are. Interesting. Okay, this is good. Do they have the in custody? Yep. Yeah. And do they have the picture? Gabriel Wortman one? Nope. That got deleted. Can't have that. Uh-huh. Let's have a look at this. Okay, well, that's nothing. Yes, we don't want anybody on the other side because they might take a picture. There's no crime scene here, right? You see, if people go down this road, you get that one picture with the bullet hole in the windshield. They don't like that one. Receiving treatment for his injuries. Didn't know that he was in the, they never disclosed that he was in the hospital. We can't talk about that. Leather is not able to provide specific details about circumstances surrounding Stevenson's death. Yeah. I'm not able to say much. Okay, so hold on a second here. Interesting. Okay, so they still left it. I thought they would have taken that out. They all quote that same interview. More to the interview, though. There's more. All I heard was gunshots. That part. Oh. Oh, wait a sec here. Yeah. Move along. Dogs growling. They already had the stage. Why is it not going to it? There we go. This is more than I've seen. He doesn't say this. Anybody ever seen the full video of this? Mr. Hines? Anybody know Mr. Hines? Please don't go and send him a bunch of stuff. 13, 18, 23. Yeah. They couldn't get the numbers figured out. Yeah, it's understandable. It's understandable, though, because there were a lot of different bodies all over the place. And Todd Battis. Who's Todd Battis? Are you telling me somebody I should take note of? Do you know Todd Battis? We've gotten closer. We have spoken with somebody who has used to work for Mr. Wortman. She had some interesting things to say. Todd Battis. Okay. Fucking interview is somewhere. Somebody's got to have it. That, oh shit, did I close that window? There we go. This guy, Ben Cousins. Who did the interview on the ground? It is more than likely the same person that did the interview with the person over in Shube who doesn't have a name. I think I got the name though. Yeah, I did. He's the CTV reporter. Yeah. I don't think he was the one that did the interview though. But that's speculating. I don't know. It's an interesting article. I'll take it. Did I archive this? No. Damn you, archive.org. Okay, maybe there might be something more here. Good. I never saw this. So somebody archived it? Yay, yay. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Heidi answered the call of duty. Shields up. 2 children have lost their mother. How about everybody else? Oh, no, that's not important. Don't worry about those. On the beach with Tunisia, in Tunisia, these people, holy fuck, man, they disappear them. Just gone. Doesn't look like they've changed any details out of this. This is the man with the red jacket. I think I got his name. Ellipsis. Why? is what else he said, irrelevant. I hear gunshots and I look out and the ... ellipsis. There's a guy running back and forth. He's the guy in the witness statement. He heard, didn't see any actual shooting. That's, I don't know if Leather said that. He definitely said there was an exchange of gunfire that night, which is interesting. Officers were involved in terminating the threat. Mr. Wortman, it was a threat. A threat to who? Not just the people, I don't think. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Very good. Deleted tweet. This one is the one that was deleted, right? 6263. Okay. Red coat guy. Yeah, red coat guy. I got red coat guy's name. I haven't, like me, I don't talk to anybody. So, really, not a big on the visiting with people I don't know. Bergerman. Let's see what else we can get. Anything. They're all the same. Oh, the same pictures. Blue shirt guy. There's blue shirts, and that's a good one. That one went through the PR department. They liked that one. But the blue shirt had to go, so they got to change that. We'll, get the green shirt in. We don't want any of those blue. Doesn't match. Brookfield. Is Brookfield mentioned? Queen sends her condolences. Related images. Oh, there's only 2. Thanks, Google. Whoop, 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 whoop. Who's this? I haven't seen this individual before. The red coat. Anybody know who that is? What the fuck, man? It links to the same article. Oh. This guy? Anybody know who this is? This isn't the welding shop guy. Who is this? Fuck me, man. They've got these goddamn videos and they never put them out. Oh, you reached out to a few? Thank you. Please keep me in the loop. I know you visit with a lot of people. Who is this person? Let's do a tin eye on him. Tin eye's not going to take it though because it's not the original photo. Can I download the original? Or is it going to link me to some shitty page? Okay, good. Mystery. Let's see. Tin eye. Oh, funny. Okay. Mystery. One result. Who is this person? What did they say? Femicide. Oh. Let's see.
So, gender-based violence. 9 of the victims of the mass shooting in Nova Scotia were men. The other 13 were female, and the gunman's rampage started after what RCMP called a significant assault on his girlfriend.
With that in mind, CTV's Heidi Petrachik shows us many groups and individuals are calling for a closer look
it's
at
S&M
gender-based
relationship.
violence and its all too often deadly effects. Heidi?
Marie and Jason, while these horrific events are unimaginable to so many of us, for those who study male violence against women, domestic violence, and femicide, there is a disturbing familiar pattern here that they say needs to be talked about openly. As the province struggles with the horrific killing of 22 people by one man, many say any discussion of the tragedy must place violence and hatred against women at its roots.
No, actually, I don't think so. I think it's got to place corruption. Oh, she's an interesting cat.
Male violence against women.
That's McDonald.
Say the terrifying events of that weekend began when the shooter assaulted his girlfriend. It was she who escaped and hid in the woods for hours, emerging the next morning with key information that he was in a mock police car in an RCMP uniform.
Tom,
victims of this tragedy are
he's
both
the guy in
women
the
and men.
semi,
McDonald says there is a
the East Indian
also
fellow,
found in other mass killings in Canada.
wearing the sunglasses.
Private act. Now we you know that
or Middle Eastern. I think he's Middle Eastern.
I imagine with her relationship with him. Now we have this horrible public tragedy. So we have to somewhere along that line break that chain. Last year, 118 women and girls died by violence in Canada, and 87% of the accused perpetrators were men.
These are the ones wearing sunglasses, I think.
Victims were killed in rural areas or small communities.
And I think that's the semi in the background.
Been in a relationship with their accused killer.
So it wasn't with a great deal of surprise that we
this link has emerged.
Nancy Ross is an associate professor at Dalhousie University who studies responses to domestic violence. She says the pandemic is also exacerbating the problem.
This guy Wentworth, neighbor guy?
Of women who can't leave their homes. Like
that guy was in his car, I thought, when he was getting interviewed.
Oftentimes don't know where to turn.
He was able to do this in plain sight.
For Nova Scotia Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard, there's another important issue
very good memory.
Discuss alongside gender.
The number of police vehicles.
I think he's in his car, though.
The fact that no one questioned that really speaks to his white male privilege.
Oh my God!
You know, if that had been other people,
really,
it would have been seen very differently.
While there is no turning back time on the tragedy, Senator Bernard and others say now is the time to have these difficult conversations.
Okay, so you see what they're doing? Here's another example. Which, of course, I guess I could write it down. What time? 3-minute 50-second mark of this video. Where they're editing stuff and they're only giving us certain details. They themselves, the media, not just CBC, CTV, Global, all of them, they're suppressing evidence, suppressing people's statements. That would be Mr. Hines. That would be Nurnurny or whatever. I'm sorry, I forget his name. No offense on that man. This individual in the coat, I think the coat guy, I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about the guy who was in the interview with the McDonald's, right? B. McDonald pressure welding. McDonald. Let's see if we can find him. Nova Scotia welding. McDonald's portable B welding pressure. He's got his pressure ticket. There we go. This one. God, CTV. These places make it hard to download their videos too. It's a real pain in the ass. It wastes my time.
Wow, I'm gonna be the best knight the kingdom.
Oh, I make it very difficult. Or I'm just a techno bumpkin. They use all these funny players now. Okay, here we go.
For Nova Scotia's mass shooting hit spent the night.
There he is.
It was an inescapable conclusion for Brian McDonald, who owns a local.
The guy is over here. This guy. You're talking about that guy?
It was around 10 o'clock in the morning. So after that, I guess I'll help her. Roadside memorials dedicated
to Wentworth neighbor guy. Okay, I don't know that interview, Mr. Moneypenny. If you do, please let me know. Because I don't know who that guy is. But clearly, here, once again, right? You can see that individual did an interview with CTV, right? This is important because they keep fucking burying garbage. This is your media. This man did an interview with CTV, just like Glenn Hines did, just like the fellow in the truck did, and all of a sudden they're vanished. Why? Why do they want to keep stuff from us? Glenn Hines' statement is clearly quite damning on the RCMP, because essentially, if we use what we have of his statement, that's tantamount to is murder, execution by the RCMP. They didn't warn him. Somehow they had prior knowledge to it. They drove up and they killed him in his car. You know? Try and think about when you're at the gas pumps and some big SUV pulls up to you and you're on the opposite side of the vehicle. So you're not on the, on the inside. So the people can't look down at you. They got to look across from a big SUV. You can't see it. You can't see it, but they knew. And boom, he gets popped right in his car. And then they sit around, they phone the media, and they get their little, show. Oh, God, I hate that number. They have that little show. Well, not a little show. It's a huge fucking show. And all these people drive by, and they're like, oh, my God, like there's a huge takedown. The guy's dead, man. He's been dead for a while. And they're still tweeting out 14 minutes after he supposedly dies. Oh, yeah. By the way, he we have him in custody. No, man, he's been dead for, at that point, 40. I would say probably an hour. Probably. I don't know how long it took them to arrive, but it seems that they knew that they were going there to meet him. He would have plenty of bad details on the RCMP, whether that was some kind of working relationship. I highly suspect that Mr. Wortman was a police officer. And I've stated that before. Not an agent, but a police officer. And he went rogue. I don't know what happened. Who knows? But he was getting all these passes. He had all kinds of money. CIs don't get paid that. I've talked to CIs down in Nova Scotia. I know. They're not fucking getting paid $475,000. In fact, I was joking with somebody tonight who was with a CI. And I said, you better ask for a fucking pay raise, man. $475,000? They're like, we never see that kind of cash. And why are they operating all these rogue investigations all the time? These fucking undercover nonsense. These people aren't qualified to teach kindergarten. They can't know, they don't even know if they've sent out an emergency alert or not. And they're the head of it. So, but they can coordinate trying to fuck you over, bury evidence, bury people. Yeah, not an informant, but an officer. And I understand that that is a libelous statement once again, but listen, prove me wrong. How about that? Let's not call something that it isn't. It's like I was saying with Mike. Don't call it a fucking replica car. It's a fucking cop car, man. He's a cop. Driving a cop car. You don't have access to a cop car, do you? And if you were driving a cop car, you're sure as shit going to go to jail. They charge people with impersonating police all the time. Down in Nova Scotia, too. They don't just be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Down here, we're just a little different. I've read lots of cases where they're charging people there of impersonating police officers. Mr. Wortman, no. You can have the car. There was another one, you see. They're like, oh, we didn't have prior knowledge in one press conference. And we're like, no. Look, bang, bang, bang. Here's Walker. Even Lindsay Jones didn't seem to know about that. Still to this day. Bang, bang, bang. He had the car. And now they're saying in the press conference, well, we're aware that people, knew about it. Yeah. Was it Staples? Can't remember. It said, no, it's not Staples. Is it Staples? Who said the wife was driving the cop car as a daily driver. flying around Halifax. He's got a badge. A badge. Well, he bought it off an auction. He bought the cage for his car, like he bought the rear-facing radar camera, radar gun in his car. Cage, awesome eye. Pick that up right away. You don't buy those things. You can't buy them to even put them on auction. You want to go and buy a cage? I looked into it. There are, I believe, 2 places in the United States that offer them. There's probably more. You have to have an account with them, and they make sure that you are like part of a police organization. It's not like a private citizen can go and say, hey, guess what? I'd like to have a cage for the back of my car. Yeah, no problem. We'll sell you that. Oh, don't worry. He can just get it off auctions. Bullshit. They rip them out. One car I think I found that wasn't, and it was down in the States. There was some cop car in Winnipeg, I think it was, but it was missing shit too. Don't buy this stuff because they rip it all out. They burn it just like, or whatever they do with it, destroy it. Those computers they have are pretty cool. What is it? The Tough Book. God, the amount of money. You know how much one of those Tough Books costs that you can swap in the drives and shit like that? I'm not very technical, but yeah, he's a GRC. He's a GRC. And he was running a Mr. Big. I'm pretty sure about that. I'd love to know Mr. Moneypenny's opinion on that. But I think he was undercover, and he was running a Mr. Big operation. And the Mr. Big sits on such a fine line between criminality, as in the RCMP are being criminals, because they do commit criminal acts in furtherance of, quote, their investigation, right? And entrapment. And so it has been challenged all over the place. And so if it came out that this was a Mr. Big operation, not only would they make the RCMP look like absolute shit that they have employed a person who has now murdered tons of people, but in addition to that, the Mr. Big, you can kiss that one goodbye. All of a sudden, they'll just start losing all of their power. This is what they're absolutely terrified of. Terrified. As they sit over with CBC. Make sure that they don't say something, because I'm sure that, Steve's going to pick that up, or Adrian's going to pick that up, or Little Gray Sal's going to pick that up. Those damn people in that Discord, they're going to pick it up. Moneypenny's going to be all over it. Ozzy will blast them. The people over on Facebook will pick it up. There are a lot of fucking people, man. I am your silent troll. I am sure you see me here on your live streams before. I absolutely have seen you, sir. You see, the problem, I'm not saying that the Griffin thing isn't a possibility. I also see that could potentially be Smurf disinformation fed by the RCMP, because if they say this, what are they allowed to say? Well, we're investigating other people, so we can't talk about anything, meaning Mr. Griffin. My dog is having a mental moment. He's scratching my couch. That's what happens. He just had his 17th birthday. Oh, doggy. Well, thanks, Gary. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate, I know I've seen you here. I definitely do know who you are. You know, I respect all of your support over the years. And I'm glad you stopped by. It's good to see old friends, right? I want to look at that one too. Also, the confidential. We're from the same town, sir. One of these days, we're going to get to meet each other. All of us are going to have to. That's going to be at the end of the day when this is all burning down. It's going to be the people like in that article on the World Economic Forum. We're going to be the ones that are stuck out in the 18th century hovels, as they refer to it, 18th century hovels. We're going to be the ones. But that's okay, because we'll be together and we'll be strong. And we won't be weak plebes buying up garbage who are already totally brainwashed and have literally lost their mind. People in this world now, I would say, you go back 50, 60 years, bring your granddad or your great-granddad into this world. They're going to be like, you people are fucking insane. And they won't be using hyperbole when they say it. They're absolutely lost their minds. Standing on dots and doing stuff. All this, just anywhere, which way you turn. Confidential informant. Nova Scotia wants, let's see here. Okay. So I'm going to read you this article and see if you see what I see. But maybe I'm just seeing things. You never know. I could be seeing a lot of stuff. RCMP did not use confidential informants to obtain search warrants in Nova Scotia mass shooting investigation, court told. This is in a court. The RCMP, go away, whatever this is. RCMP did not rely on any information from confidential informants when seeking warrants to search properties owned by Nova Scotia mass shooter, court was told. A Crown attorney representing the RCMP made the declaration when defending the heavy censorship of information about the investigation into the worst mass killing in Canada's history. The issue of confidential informants has been an undercurrent in the investigation into April's shootings rampage, based on rumors or speculation that the gunman himself was an RCMP informant or civilian agent of the police. He wasn't this either. I contend. He was a full-on fucking police officer. Nobody would get passes like that. The friend. One guy, one friend. But notice how nobody gets charged. The friend doesn't get charged. Uncles don't get charged. Griffin doesn't get charged. Whoever the fucking Deckle people don't get charged. Nobody will get charged. Nobody. Because if they do, they're gonna come out and they're gonna say, they're gonna talk about the charges. But I'm hazarding. I'm placing a small wager that nobody's gonna get charged in this. Because if they do, then you're gonna have trials. If you have trials, that means there's going to be defense attorneys who will ask questions. Unless they cut a deal. Possible. They could have a fall guy on this one, but don't know. Let's see. The speculation grew significantly last week with McLean's revealed the killer withdrew $475,000 in $100 bills from the Brinks Depot, which they haven't addressed at all. Totally steered clear of that, and that guy out in Vancouver softballed and didn't even ask that question. How does he get in there? You don't get to go there. I've taken lots of money out of the bank, lots, in cash, and you have to phone, you got to book an appointment. They come with the truck. You don't get to go down. Oh yeah, by the way, just go over to the Brinks, use this access code. You can get in there. The article cited no direct evidence of the reason for the unusual withdrawal, but quoted sources say in banking and policing saying transaction is consistent with how RCMP pays informants or agents or undercovers. Why is that missing here? Undercovers. RCMP later denied the police force was the source of Wortman's money. That's a bit of a misnomer, the languaging again. Immediately after the shooting spree, when police searched the gunman's property at 200 Portapique Beach Road, which he set on fire at the rampage, the ammunition box containing a burnt $100 bill. Like, hey, that's not just thrown in there for good measure. The information on what police found in their search warrants documents came from documents released by the Nova Scotia judge in response to a court challenge for more information launched by a consortium of news organizations. These are the same news organizations, right, who also are burying that. Right? Is this guy? See? Yeah. Or many other things. It was during Tuesday's hearing, Mark Hovan, a lawyer for the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which represents the RCMP, against the people. The people's lawyer represents the RCMP, who's employed by the people against the people. Spoke of the need to protect confidential informants when he argued why the documents need to be assessed by a judge behind closed doors before they're actually discussed in public. So hold on a second here. You say there did not rely on confidential informants, but then in the same breath, you turn around and you say, oh, by the way, we can't release any of this information because we need to protect confidential informants. I'm sorry. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I don't know why the lawyers aren't jumping all over that one, like white on rice, because it's pure insanity what they're proposing. We didn't get the warrant because of confidential informants, but at the same time, we actually need to protect those confidential informants. How we got the warrant? Do you follow my argument here? It's pure lunacy. An example of that is the identity of a confidential informant. Quote, there's no possible way that the applicants are going to get to know the identity of the confidential informant unless they use innocent stake standard. And they haven't done that, which is, it goes on to kind of explaining it. Meaning that they can't, short, of somebody wrongfully being convicted, then they can disclose. Otherwise, they can keep it secret. Secret, I got a secret. But you can't say we didn't get the warrant because of confidential informants, but we need to protect confidential informants. No, that's actually logic, philosophy. I love philosophy in university. Philosophy is a mathematical process, right? Logic, mathematical process. No, it doesn't equate. You start to have a bit of a problem with the logic. I don't know if they're just doing a song and dance, the lawyers for the media, because it's the exact thing. You can go back and actually look at the Quebec Mosque thing, the exact same. They did the exact same thing. Fighting to get the warrants released. The warrants were fucking crap. Then they'd constantly be in, and it was just, I think it's almost more of a show for public Now, this woman is the new the new judge on the case. Okay. Halfpenny McQuarrie. Who was the old one? I forget his name. He was a good guy. I liked him. Judge. Let's see if I can remember it. Or search terms. Media Consortium. Challenge. Warrants. RCMP. Nova Scotia. Is this the fellow? No, we're still back at McQuarrie, so you got to go back earlier than May 4th. May 25th, May 4th. Okay, so let's do it this way. Anytime, custom range. Why don't we go back to... Why don't we try the end of April? Oh, sorry, April. Let's try April 24th. Helps if you can spell. Only one. Oh, we don't have the name. On judge's order. That would be on his order because he was not happy. Yog. It's not here. I know I've got it in my file somewhere. Shit. Anybody happen to know? Remember? Here we go. Oh, wait, no. Let's try COVID. Oh. Did I spell that wrong? Oh my God. Wake up crying. It's just absolutely gut wrenching. There we go. Is this it? Yes, Al Bagan. Bagan. This guy. Listen to what he says, man. He lays it down. Judge to hear media application to unseal Portapique shooters in RCMP's warrants. RCMP's warrants. A hearing has been set for Monday, May 4th in Truro Provincial Court to consider media application to unseal RCMP warrants pertaining to the mass murder in Portapique. Judge Al Bagan had a teleconference Thursday morning with the Crown attorneys in the case, along with a number of media representatives, including Saltwire Network, to set ground rules for Monday's session, which will also be conducted over the telephone because of social distancing related to the COVID-19 epidemic, or pandemic, whatever, plandemic, nonsense. His first order of business on Thursday dealt with the email. He lays it down. He lays it down in this article. Dealt with an email from Crown attorneys Mark Hirma and Shauna McDonald, whom he suggested whom he suggested there was no urgency in dealing with the application, and which he said appeared to be opposed to having the warrants unsealed. Quote, I reject Crown Counsel's suggestion that there is no urgency to this, Bagan said. Listen, smash down, man. Quote, this is largest mass murder in Canadian history, and it left my jurisdiction shattered, the province of Nova Scotia shocked, and the country stunned. The shooter, whose name is generally being withheld out of respect to the victim, that fucking bullshit. Don't say that. Don't say that. It's because they don't want people remembering. They want people to forget. Murdered 22 people April 18th, 19th in a series of shootings and structure fires. So we'll just say it. His name, of course, Gabriel Wortman. We'll say it, right? But we don't want to forget it. Don't want to forget what he did. In structured fires, okay, blah, blah, blah. In Enfield, yeah, whatever. More show. During the teleconference, Bagan also stressed that, quote, it's important to recognize that each court determines its own schedule. And given that the court cases scheduled in Truro and in the province have been postponed to at least June or July, Bagan said there is no reason not to immediately deal with the application to unseal the warrants. Quote, if information, and I haven't made any decisions yet, but if information is deemed releasable after a hearing, it should be done in a timely way, he said. This means I have the time now to deal with this before we enter the possibility of possible madness of being overburdened court dockets starting in June. Now is the best time to deal with this. If the Crown decides to contest Monday's hearing, Bagan says he will be setting, quote, strict guidelines going forward from briefs and hearing dates. Now, I've actually seen much firmer language used here, but I pose to you. Where did Mr. Justice Al Bagan, not just Mr. Where did Justice Al Bagan go? Why do we have McQuarrie in here now replacing him, right? Who do we got? Some Lori Halfpenny McQuarrie, who is, right? Here she is. Oh, shit. How do I do this? Here we go. Here's the one that's hearing it now, who is a lot more favorable to the RCMP. Funny that. Where did Justice Al Bagan go? Where did he go? Seen this in Quebec too. Seen the same thing. Exact same thing. Don't worry. We'll get somebody in there who can rule in our favor. And the person who's in there is ruling to the favor of, we won't tell you how many times, where is it here? How many times Constable Morrison was shot? Excuse me? Excuse me? Because the amount of times, holy fuck, man, I should just fucking sue them myself. The amount of times, what are we protecting? Confidential informant, are we protecting there? I would love to ask that question. Please tell me why this needs to be withheld from the public. And I would love to watch them squirm while they come up with some fucking asinine argument. Ignoramuses, my grandmother would call them. Ignoramuses. You're dealing with people that are so corrupt. So corrupt. This is not a police force. This is a anti-Canadian, anti-police and law and order establishment. It is a thug unit. It is an intelligent, extremely powerful. I don't even know. Obviously, none of us do how powerful this organization is. But they certainly aren't the gravel road cops I thought of when I was, well, I had some understanding a little bit back then, but when I was 16, driving around on the roads out in the country. No. These are people who are liars, are allowed to publicly deceive anybody and everything. They can deceive ministers, they can deceive parliament, they can deceive anybody and everything. Maybe not in court. Maybe. And they'll go as far as to lying about not lying. This is preposterous. Lying about not lying. This is that is diagnosably, psychiatrically, very serious disorder. If you live in that state of delusion and your honesty is bent that far, you are really off the map, because it's not sane. It's not sane. So that's why they can run around and laugh and make mistakes, and 22 people die, and thousands of people, hundreds of thousands down in Nova Scotia, right, are living in fear of their own police force. Like, what the fuck? Average, everyday citizens, good people who pay their salaries, are in fear of them. Do they need to be afraid of them? Do they need to be afraid of them? No. That's that hurdle we all have to go over. It's not to say that they're not powerful, but you have to be willing to take it on. Otherwise, it just gets more powerful. When are they going to tender? Oh, I hate that number again. It just popped up. When are they going to get the new rights to your internet access? Let's see here. Okay. I spoke about it before. Keep speaking about it. Keep saying the same damn things over and over. And friggin' hours long streams. It's repetitive to many people. This is Project Wide Awake 1.0. Oh, that's not enough. How strong do you think this is? This version. Let's just have a look. What is the name of the company that develops it? Carasoft. Now, Carasoft, of course, we get into all this stuff. Who's in here? Good News Bear. A few people will be able to pick up on this one, what I'm laying down. Todd, if he's Todd in here, you'll know what I'm talking about. Caresoft, okay? They're just a remarketer of this program. It's always like this, right? Caresoft. Okay, balls. Of course, that article is gone. Can't have that. Now, we'll look it up here. Caresoft. Oh, it's named after my daughter. Yeah. Caresoft, extensive ecosystem IT, and it's, you know, all this blurb nonsense. What they do is remarket a program. Federal, state, local, and educational governments. What is the program that they use? Look at these contracts that they have. $975 million. DOD awards them $131 million. 2017, $270 million. Over $250 million in contracts. Crazy. Who is the what is the name of the program that they have? I forget. This would be too bad if I'd forgotten what it is. I dug around in it. It's very, very powerful. But, hey Tracy, that isn't enough. To the tune of $250 million, they're just the remarketers of the actual program. The actual program, it goes back somewhere else. Those of you who know, are in the know what I'm talking about. So the RCMP get this program a year ago, right? Launches its new social media. All of you. Not all Canadians know they're under suspicion. Funny that. Oh, but this was November 2019. We got to update it. Is the stream gone? Or the chat gone? I hope not. Hope not, Kathy. So this is not enough. I'll be wrapping it up here shortly. This isn't enough, right? Back in 2019, so not even a year ago. And this is pretty heavy duty shit, man. It monitors Canadian social media accounts. It keeps an eye on social media accounts, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, amongst others. Everything. It's mining everything on that, right? Unbelievable. The audit will determine if RCMP use open source access information is consistent with applicable policy and legislation. And they've been busted lying already about this one. Lying. On the record, lying about this. Oh, no, we don't monitor everybody. And then it comes out in court documents that they do. Just like, what was it? The court documents came out the other day about the RCMP down with the woman also from Colchester County, the woman who got murdered. And they said, oh, no, she never complained. Yeah, actually she did. And there was documentation to prove it. And they lied. Once again, to the public. Surprised they didn't try and get away with it in court. But, excuse me. So, that's not enough. No, we've got to get more. So what do? will piggyback, because gravel road cops, right? That's important. We got to make sure people aren't speeding. We've got to make sure that there's law and order upheld, that people aren't running around murdering one another or this kind of stuff. Of course, we should somehow get all these women to drop their charges against their spouses who are beating the hell out of them. That's a sick story in itself. Okay, well, no, we gotta go one step further. Not enough. Not enough. You might be here to nerve. Not enough. No, let's go into the recent past, as in a few days ago. Here we go. Oh, what this? What the date? Not even a year. They can't find their ass. Seriously, from a hole in the wall. There's a lot of shenanigans going on in terms of, most all of what they're telling you is very intentional lying. But they also struggle with simplicity and even doing the simplest things, right? So I contend 95% of what they do is completely malicious, intentional. It is very, very much targeted on how do we get our ass out of this hole. It was from 10:01, the first phone call, and they knew it. And that's ever since then, it's been Operation Pie Plate on their ass to cover them, right? So, but you do get 5% of sheer incompetence, such as Leather saying, well, we activated the Amber Alert, and his media handler, which you need, of course, you need media handlers, right? His media handler correcting, no, sir, no. We actually use Twitter and Facebook. She says Facebook, even though they didn't use it, right? Facebook to deal with the fluid and dynamic situation, she says. Of course, the spin. Got to have it, right? Got it. So she's got her lines down, and she tries to remind him, and he's like, oh, I can't do the impersonation, right? You can watch it. You can watch it because he actually says, and nobody reported that. Nobody reported the fact that he actually said, oh, we used the Amber Alert. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, sir?
I believe there was an Amber Alert that went out at some point.
Sorry? What did you just say?
I believe there was an Amber Alert that went out at some point.
And then watch her. She has to backtrack. Oh my God, what did he just say? Look at her. She starts shitting her bricks. Let's see.
We'll take a question from Raisa.
Shut down. Oh. We'll just move past that one. We don't want to talk about that. So we'll just, we didn't like her question. So we'll move into the next one. Thank you. Let's see. I didn't bring up the right one. Sorry. Where is it here? Where did I put it? No. God. The fucking construction emergency alert. Where did I put it? Alert. Let's try that. Is it this one?
As it relates to the use of the alert system versus Twitter, perhaps my friend from communications can speak to that. I believe there was an Amber Alert that went out at some point.
Sorry? He believes, he literally believes that the Amber Alert went out. Look at him smile. He doesn't even know how many people are dead, right? He can't tell you. But look at him smile. Where is it? Right there. Right there. Watch it.
The use of the alert system.
Look at him.
Versus Twitter, perhaps.
Did you see it? You see it? The smile? I'm not fucking seeing things.
And as it relates to the use of the alert system versus Twitter, perhaps my friend from communications can speak to that. I believe there was an Amber Alert that went out at some point.
No, we just used the Twitter and Facebook just because it was unfolding.
Right.
We were in contact with the province and everything, but we just never.
Yeah.
Created an assessment.
You have to watch both of them. Like, you have to watch it a couple of times, because you watch his reaction, which is, he's just like, yeah, right. No, don't worry about it. I just totally fucked up, but it's okay.
Communications can speak to that. I believe there was an Amber Alert that went out.
We did everything right.
No, we just used the Twitter and
No?
Facebook just because it was unfolding.
Who's in charge there? Who's in charge? Is he in charge? He has to ask her. No? Oh. And then the face.
No, we just used the Twitter and Facebook just because it was unfolding.
Right.
We were in contact with the
Right. Oh, never mind. Shrugs the shoulders. And her, who is like, oh my God, what the fuck did you just say?
I believe there was an Amber Alert.
I'm a corporal. I don't know anything.
No, we just used the Twitter and Facebook just because it was unfolding.
Right.
We were in contact with the province and everything, but we just never created an assessment.
Do you see how she had it memorized too? The unfolding part. The unfolding. Because it's unfolding. They know the language to snow you, me, everybody, or attempt to. So they can't even find their ass with the light on, not let alone the dark. They can't. But they're so into intelligence, which you cannot. That's a complete oxymoron to put RCMP and intelligence in the same sentence. RCMP intelligence? That's like jumbo shrimp. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. However, they are so with the times and so just worried about speeding tickets and bullshit that they will go to the next level. Next level. Right? They don't want just to look at your Facebook and stuff. They want to dig in every nook and cranny. Oh, funny that. Look at this. Uh-oh, just disappeared. The link is here. See? Open in new tab, new window. Oh, there's nothing there. Sorry about that. No matches. Uh-oh. They just buried that. How powerful is it? everything on you, on everybody they want. And if you understand technology at all, and I'm not saying that in a deprecating fashion to anybody, but there's lots of people who don't. I may not be the most technical genius with streaming or whatever, getting my stuff set up properly and being like all fancy and swappy, but I understand technology, right? And monitoring and click roll agreements and everything that we sign away all the time. You want that flashlight app on your phone? Oh, good. We got access to everything. Your contact list, the metadata, the stuff that Binny talks about, who developed it. All of it. All of it is interrelated. Your car, your fucking cable TV, your cell phone. Anything that's digital, the people who stick, for whatever reason, seem to think putting like an Amazon home nonsense and things like this, or whatever the hell it is in their home, is a wise idea, or the Ring doorbell or whatever. All of that is getting banked. It is the biggest business in the world. Biggest business is data. Not banking, not oil. Of course, takes BB to point that out. 6 eyes, BB. Data mining. Because they want to know everything that you do, because if they understand what you do, then they can manipulate you more. And when I'm talking manipulate, I'm not talking mass manipulation, psychological warfare, like shields up. We had a member of our family died. Because that's not very targeted. That's not specific to you. They have to know everything about you to target you. Cambridge Analytica type garbage. Cambridge Analytica. That's some very interesting associations. Let's see. You remember the Cambridge Analytica stuff? Let's go a little spooky and into areas that I like to talk about, where I came back from. Let's try Cambridge. Remember that guy from Canada? Cambridge Analytica. Okay, and let's try something like Black Cube. Haaretz. Private intelligence based out of where? Oh, Tel Aviv. Funny that. Let's see. Why don't we try Black Cube Obama? Echo. I have to laugh. Let's try Black Cube Weinstein. How about that? Oh. What'd that say? What'd that say? Oh, that must be our friends and allies. World's largest corporate intelligence companies, Black Cube. An enterprise run largely by former officers of Mossad and other Israeli intelligence agencies. Like, I don't know. Signet. Let's try. Why don't we not stop on Weinstein? Why don't we try oh, I'm coming back. Seamus knows. Learned many things in my time off. Unit 8200, Unit 8200. You could do things like ways. What is ways? Look at ways. Ways. Sorry? This is what became part of Google Maps. This is Google Maps. Waze. All these interesting firms. Oh, there are a lot of them. Just saying. The tech side is run not out of Silicon Valley. And even the ones out of Silicon Valley. Let's see. God, you dig around in people, it's crazy what you come up with. They go start lots of little tech app companies, but it all comes from what is it, our most important ally? You don't think Canada's mixed up in that? I can assure you, we very much are. That program that I was showing you, Carasoft, is out of Israel. All you have to do is just dig into who people are, and you'll see. A strange thing keeps coming forward over and over. And you're like, I cannot deny what I'm seeing. I don't want to. I don't want to see it. It goes against every fiber of my being. It goes against everything I was raised with. But suddenly you see it. And you can't unsee it. Anyway. But the RCMP aren't just your gravel road cop riding around in their red Surge on a horse with man buns beating up Indians. They're something much more powerful. Way more powerful. And we're getting duped. We're signing away all of our rights. I mean, CBC will tell you. You want to know, CBC will tell you, right? Then the contract just disappears. No, I've researched a lot of stuff. Wait. Why is that disappearing? Just saying. Breaking news. You know, if they want to know breaking news, why don't you use their state broadcasting fucking arm? How about that? It's so breaking news. It's so breaking news that they can tell the families what Darren Campbell said. You really fucked up, man. You guys are really fucking up. Big time. You know that, right? The more you keep trying to snow people, the more mistakes you're making. And that's what happens when you're dishonest. When you're dishonest, you're going to have a real problem with your memory, and people will see it because those families are waiting, and those families are going to talk to other people, and the thousands of people on Facebook are going to start talking to people, and the people on Discord are going to start talking to people, and the people in here are going to start talking to people. And you can't shut us down. Even if you pull the plug on the internet, it doesn't matter. Right? When this all goes down, I assure you, people will take their technology and they will throw it all away because they will see what happened. What we did because we gave it away. And the people who intend to hurt us will always find a way. But we can have good community. We can have good friends and good neighbors. And we can be collectively, even though I don't necessarily appreciate the word, but collectively a group of like-minded individuals, ones that still can use their minds. Currently, the RCMP say on its website that all personal information it collects is governed by Canada's Privacy Act. Have fun reading that one. Just saying. But they have to go to court and they have to go in front of the privacy committee because they have issues. Because they're violating people's trust and violating people's privacy. Oh, dude. Honestly. Look higher. Look higher. That's me over 3 years ago. Look way higher. Who's manipulating those people? Who's been robbing all those people? Who's been robbing us throughout time? Told in the Bible. Told. It was the same then, it is now. The money changers. Jesus fashioned his whip. He said, yeah, I know how to deal with that one. And they had to shut him down. Yep. You got it. You got it, ma'am. Lie to everybody. What kind of sick, moral, defunct society do you live in? Where your police, who are supposed to be a good moral thing to look up to for children, for citizens, can lie. Let's look at that article about the, I think I actually tweeted it on my Tweety Twatter Twitters. And I don't want to lose anybody in my other stuff, because my other stuff does not relate. It does. It truly does. But it doesn't relate to, I don't want it to tarnish the image of what the evidence and that what we lay forward here. My personal beliefs, you don't have to like them. But we all agree on the same thing, right? What happened down there was a problem. And no matter if you don't believe what I say, whether it's in God or whether it's stuff to do with our favorite ally, it still doesn't change anything to do with Nova Scotia, funnily enough. Never does. Never does. They like to make it seem like, to conflate the two, conflate different issues with people. Oh my God, you have to discount everything that guy said because everything that guy said is garbage because he said one thing? Well, no. The RCMP try and play that game with you. Let's see. Hashtag RCMP disgrace. It's sad. It's sad. Court documents contradict RCMP denial that they ignored Susie Butlin's pleas before she was murdered. Sorry, where was that statement again? Very fitting, Rochelle. Do you see? They'll lie to everybody. Everybody. The closest to the truth you'll get from them is things like this. That's why. That is why they fight tooth and nail to keep you from knowing. And that is why you have to keep the pressure up. Keep that fight alive. Don't fall prey to all the other stuff that they try and get you off in, fighting with one another, because there is a greater enemy, and that is evil in this world. And we must take that out. My little friend. You can do it. You can do it. We can do it. Don't stop talking to your friends. Start talking more. Show them. Show them. We'll give the evidence. That's fine. The RCMP do enough to shoot themselves in the foot all over the place. Use themselves on themselves because they're their worst weapon. Their dishonesty, their evil practices. And again, this is not labeling all police officers, because you have to always fall back into that pit, right? Of, well, I don't believe that about everybody. It doesn't matter. At the top, it's shit. And they all know it. And the ones that stay quiet, they're complicit. And if they're complicit, they're just as guilty. Right? They're just as guilty. So, Bible Hill seemed to have a problem over in Bible Hill. Bible Hill. This sadly falls in line with, and I understand that. I understand the manipulation that's going on that front. It falls in line, sadly. I think that's purely coincidental with the garbage that's going on down in the States and all of this stuff. There is a problem in the police. That is most certain. Worldwide. We've got some real bad actors. They've been given some real powers that they shouldn't have. However, there are really good ones in there. But the good ones I am appealing to, I am pleading with. Do the right thing. You swore to it. You have to report. You have to speak up. GALLIFORD did. Many, many women have. Thousands. It's not just women. There are guys who've spoken up, and that I've researched Lucius Trust. Now, that's what we need to appeal to. It's the ones who are quiet because they're afraid. But see how it's always the same element that's running through all of it? Fear. Fear only defeats you if you want it to. You don't have to let it. That's all I'm saying. You come to a point, you're just like, no, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The right thing matters. The truth matters. Righteousness matters. Honesty matters. Morality matters. Goodness matters. Purity matters. Respect and dignity matter. Don't fall prey to the fucking fighting they get you in doing, because they work real hard at it. Trust me. They have been for a long time. Anyway, 5 hours, 10 minutes. I'm going to wrap it up. Please stay strong for each other. Stay strong inside of yourself. If you are religious, pray. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing to feel ashamed about. We need all the help that we can get. It was a saying my grandfather used to say. You need as many people in your corner as you can get. Don't piss them off. Don't fight in amongst yourselves about small things. Keep your eye on the target. This target, the ramifications, I assure you, are far-reaching, much more than just RCMP. Much more than just cleaning up Bible Hill. It has to do with letting people know who are the ones who are fucking us all over. We're not afraid, and we do hit back. Have I suddenly become a rabbi? Rabbi? I think that's why I didn't ever get... apparently there was some discussion over there, but I didn't go too far. Maybe they knew something I knew. Anyway, Rabbi, take good care of one another. Peace and love. Special prayers for everybody down there in Nova Scotia. We won't stop fighting.